Good evening, everybody, and welcome to another session of Play Dicely. We're on session number 30. It just blows my mind every time that I have to count one more number. And as per the norm, I am joined by my regular cast of players and my good group of friends. Good evening, everybody. Oh, well.
Hello.
I've got Ryan and Matt, who is rejoining us for this first bit here in the wrong spots. So,
I guess I'm Vermin then.
Yeah. Is that how Vermin?
My gun is jammed.
My gun is jammed. Wow.
Playing that.
Literally perfect, Matt. You did it.
There we go.
The only facet of his character. Defining characteristic.
Oh, it's so good to be here this evening. Unfortunately, we are down a Dallas as she has decided to fly the coop. And I'm sure she's having fun wherever she's at. But let's get through some announcements before we get on to the game here. So, as we've been mentioning this over the last few streams, but this is going to be, today is our last session before we go on a bit of a summer break. We'll be back in roughly a month's time. I am anticipating to try and fill some of that time with streams of other kinds. Maybe D&D related, maybe video games. And for those of you who follow our social media, you might have noticed that this month is chock full of birthdays with our crew. And happy belated birthday, Matt, Dallas, and Ryan. And my birthday is also coming up at the end of the month, so I think I want to do a stream for that as well. So maybe some Jackbox, get a bunch of people in. Chat, you're also invited. Follow us in the Discord, which I should put a link to the Discord up. I know how to Twitch. That is up in the chat right now. You can join us on our Discord. And yeah, maybe join us on June 28th for some streaming fun.
Hell yeah.
And on behalf of Dallas, if you have not yet checked out the Storm Chasers podcast, be sure to do that. You can find it on all kinds of audio listening platforms, as well as on YouTube as Storm Chasers Podcast is the name of the channel. And they've only got 2 episodes out so far, and I've been really enjoying it. It's
really good.
I love a nautical adventure. Like, Logan ran a pirate-themed D&D game for a few of us here, and damn if that wasn't one of the funnest times. And as per this podcast, this also tickles that pirate-themed funny bone that I seem to have. So go check that out. Links in the chat right now. And I'm gonna pass it over to Ryan for the tabletop audio.
Now, when you're talking about music on the internet, there's only one big dog in this community, Shay. His name's Tim Shay. Tim Tabletop. Crush him in his curtains, Shay. So if you want to get yourself some real good music, Shay, go to tabletopaudio.com and buy some. Give him some money. That's all. Thanks, Timmy.
The links for Tabletop Audio's website and Patreon are now in the chat. Be sure to go give him some support. And Anthony with the follow thank yous.
Well, you know what else is the cat's pajamas see? Is when you follow us on Twitch. So, I'd like to give a big thank you to the following, and I won't say their names in this voice because I want to pronounce them properly. Thank you to Blaze Pyros, Night Owl Studios, El Duchis, I hope I pronounced that right, Flamia the Pirate, and Astral Flyer 01. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Please like, comment, and subscribe on our YouTube stuff too.
Nice. Well done. Thank you, Anthony, for the follows. I'm also going to throw up a bunch of social media links in the chat right now. And I kind of hinted this to the players, but I haven't mentioned this to chat yet, but we've got a bit of a surprise. And I don't know if she's in the chat at the moment, but I want to put out a big thank you to Laura Henneck for doing the newest round of character art, which is going to be implemented for when we come back after this summer break. But we've got the art here right now, and I want to show you guys how these all turned out. I've been showing a lot of the artwork in alphabetical order. We're going to do reverse alphabetical today. So here we go. First up is Nell.
Oh, she's so cool. Oh my god, look at my freaking hair.
I know Laura did such a fantastic job with these.
Whoa.
Good.
Wow.
Good.
Look at that freaking hat. It's like nothing
That
ever
hat.
happened to it.
Yep.
Oh my god, she looks so cute.
She's not sad.
Yeah, she doesn't have weird
damn.
light coming out of her eyes. So that's good. Whoa.
Oh, drag.
So distinguished.
Yeah.
Oh,
God, look at this
shine.
gentleman. He's so shiny.
Oh my god, they look amazing.
That's awesome.
So good.
Look at your fucking armor. Oh my god, your hair.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
I
Very
Give
love.
that classic little
Look at
bandana.
him.
Is that the poncho, but it's just really small?
Well,
He's actually gotten bigger as we've gone on.
He actually wraps it
Cave's
properly
growing
now.
up.
He
Oh, I
does
guess
a little.
yeah, because it hangs behind, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those
Yeah,
are
I
That's
so
love
nice.
it. It's so pretty.
yeah. Thank you so much, Laura, for doing the art. I was like, I don't have enough time on my plate anymore to do a bunch of art, and Laura's a fantastic artist. She's a friend of Christy, Anthony, and myself, and she does fantastic work. And I was like, at some point, I got to get her hand into this. So, thank you, Laura. We're so happy to have you create these pieces, and yeah, I hope you guys liked that surprise.
Yeah.
Those are so cool.
So
neat.
fun.
Can confirm. I loved it.
Oh my god.
All right. Otherwise, I suppose we should get to playing some D&D. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
guess.
I guess so. I'm kind of over it. Just kidding. Let's
This is
go.
Christie's resignation from
Oh my god.
live on air.
I can't even joke about that. It would make me too sad.
Oh,
Absolutely
gosh.
I'm
All
here
right.
forever.
Let's bring this in then. The Seekers of Sicramund made their way to Malege HQ to find out who attempted to tamper with the fight between Nell and Abe. When they found out that someone by the name of Justicar Veloon Elsinius Woodfellow was in charge of the investigation, Elwyn had a panicked reaction and retreated to their inn, accompanied by Azaria and Gideon. Nell, Abe, and Drac met with Justicar Veloon, who was just a pretty normal person, and persuaded him to let them watch the interrogation. Witnessing the interrogation, the party meets Naivara Qualanthri, a physician of the High Planetary who tried to ensure she didn't lose a wager she had bet on the Phoenix, or Nell. The party members paid her fine and asked her their own questions. They learned about the members of the Learned Circle, the governing body of Brilbar. They also learned that Naivara is the daughter of one of the members, as well as the late Diarch Arturos. With a potentially well-connected ally in their pocket, the party set forth with returning to the inn. Once reunited, the party Elwyn revealed to the party that she has a twin sister who was able to grow up, marry a Lodothram noble, and have a child. Justicar Veloon was that child and is Elwyn's nephew. After comforting Elwyn, the party spent the next day researching and preparing for their championship fight at the Proelium. Nell casually glitter bombs a corner of the capital city, and then the Seekers proceeded to the Proelium to meet with the champions and lay down the rules of the fight. The two teams proceeded into the arena to a nearly packed stadium, and the fight began. The champions, led by a shifter named Vermin, immediately grew to giant size, and the Seekers immediately understood that they were in for a tough fight. One by one, the fighters were knocked out and teleported back to the dressing rooms from deadly strikes and strange abilities, and the combat was poised to go either way, balanced on a razor's edge. But the Seekers managed to get the upper hand and win the championship match. After the party received a huge payout for winning, the champions bought a round of drinks for the winners after the party decided against taking a contract to become the new champions. And that brings us to where we are now. You are all still in the green room in the Proelium. It's been roughly a half hour or so, but it's been kind of converted into a more open bar space. Like, they've let VIP patrons in, like they kind of want to rub shoulders with both of these parties. And Elwyn kind of wanting to not draw too much attention to herself, decided to return to the inn and was accompanied by a animated suit of armor to ensure she got back to the inn safely. But, so you are now all kind of in this busy space with lots of patrons and the champions of the Proelium. Occasionally people have like walked up to you guys and like asked for autographs on parchments and whatnot. And whether you do so or not, I'll leave up to you. But for now, you guys kind of have your own table with the champions of the Proelium.
I absolutely give autographs.
There's like
It's a nice double G is the signature.
Oh, that's really nice. I think I just signed everything to Phoenix.
there's a mother and son that come up to you, Gideon, and the lad has like a piece of parchment, and when you sign it, he's like, "Whoa!" and like turns to his mom, like, "Why you signed it?"
And is she like, that's nice, but she's looking at her nails?
It's the return.
Just curious.
Yeah, she's not paying all too much attention. They're a rather short duo, but you have clearly made this small child's day.
That's good. That's good.
Interesting.
Do I recognize this child, Teni?
He seems vaguely familiar. Also, I'm gonna get you to bump your audio down just a peg there.
Cool. That's a peg. Cool. Christy with her dirty mind. I saw that. Anyways.
No, I was laughing at what Jonathan sent in the chat.
Oh.
It's a dig on you.
Don't shoot your,
Don't
shoot your friends in the head. Yeah. Don't shoot your friends in the head, kid.
Gideon, you receive a silver piece.
Sweet.
Whoa.
Wow.
So, yeah, there's people in here, they're drinking, they're partying. A lot of people, like, looking to this table, but, like, a lot just like, well, we can't just go there and talk to them, but it's so cool.
You absolutely can't. You can't talk to us. You're way too cool. Obviously.
Gideon gets up and goes and socializes with those people.
Oh.
And the
nice.
rest of you are at the table.
I suppose that's fine if he goes run interference so we can actually have a conversation.
Yeah, I think he actually doesn't like us. So that's probably.
That was the plan. Dragon knows.
I mean, he did shoot me in the head, so
Yeah.
I think. I don't know.
I'm sorry!
Post head shooting guilt, Gideon, you may have a point of inspiration.
I turn to Vermin at this point and be like, what was that you did, by the way? That was fucked up, but cool.
Yeah, so if it makes you feel any better about this, technically, I shot your friend in the head.
It doesn't make my head feel better, but I appreciate the difference, I suppose.
You see this little symbol right here as he points to this carving he's got on his armor? He's like, this is a symbol of the Cloud Giants. Through research, through study, I've figured out how to use these symbols to kind of pull on their power and make it my own. This one allows me to redirect damage and redirect attacks. So as your shot went to hit a friend, I was able to pull upon it briefly to redirect that to a different target. And as evidence, I chose one of your friends.
I guess it would have made sense for you to pick someone in your own party, so.
Yeah, it doesn't
been
work.
funny, though.
It doesn't have quite the impact if I just shot, say, a different teammate.
It had a
probably
comedic value.
Yes.
not. That's true.
Yes, I'm sure Marina would have been happy if I directed it to Grit, but tactically not sound.
Well,
You spend a lot of time with giants?
Oh, quite a bit, yes. Don't know where you're all from, but I grew up north of the city here. Did a lot of, as a bit of a blacksmith in my youth. 5 years ago as a blacksmith. I did some trading with the local giants up north. And got to talking, got to trading information, trading stories, and learned a little bit. Stone giants up there taught me a few of their abilities and how to access these runes. And I've been searching and studying to learn the other ones, as each giant has their own symbols, their own strengths they can pull from magic, and it's not as interchangeable as you might think.
Oh, that's fascinating. I mean, I'm descendant from stone giants, but I mean, I can write the language, but I don't think that it does anything for me.
Yes.
I pull up my quill and try to like write a couple of runes. I write like a rune for like power on on my arm, and then I try to like. No.
You see, Vermin pulls out one of his gloves. He takes it off and hands it to you. He's like, as you can see, the symbol on the back there is actually written in stone giant. This is what I use to give myself a couple benefits, such as the dark vision that the giants possess, as well as allowing me to take your friend over there, and points to Gideon off signing his autographs. He's like, I was able to sort of pull him into a more spiritual vision from the giants, just temporarily. It's hard to. This power's. I'm not a stone giant. I can only briefly access this.
That makes sense.
Yeah, simply by carving it into some armor, I'm able to grant the wearer of the armor, the equipment, this brief power for the next day before I have to reapply the engravings in a special manner, which is not something I'm going to be sharing today.
Fair.
Fair enough. Do these giants that you met, are they very old? Do they have information and stories of the world before?
The giants I dealt with, the stone giants, unfortunately for me, were rather secluded. They knew enough about their own culture, their own civilization, but couldn't tell me too much about the outside world, which initially was why I first came to this city, both as a search for knowledge, search for glory. I figured I'd outgrown my town. Yes, Bernharda, who I met here, actually, she's surprisingly knowledgeable on storm giants. Taught me,
tell them this. Then the dwarf at the table is just this like boisterous woman with like this like hat that kind of like turns into like a puff ball at the top, and she still got her giant like goblet with her. You should tell them the one that I told you. I'm not quite in the storytelling
yes.
mood.
What was their name again? Otez, something along those lines.
That's the one. The fire creature.
Yeah, and have you heard this story before? Am I repeating myself by chance?
Do I know this story?
As the fire reacher?
Far.
Far Reacher.
Do I know this story, Denny?
No, you don't.
I do not. I pull out my notebook. Give it. Let's go.
Oh, well then. As
Give
Vernon
it.
kind of like
Story.
leans in, being the center of attention, he gets very excited as he starts to narrate his little story here. He's like, well, Otez Nassin, I believe was the name. Yes, Otez Nassin. Or as you've heard, the Far Reacher is a more common nickname for them. They were a storm giant, a quite powerful one. As far as storm giants go, they are, in general, quite magical beings, but even among them, he was something else. He'd managed to build himself this large castle in the sky, a large sort of tower, kept aloft by storm clouds even. He had this search for knowledge as well, this search for power, and he would travel far and wide upon this tower, visiting different villages, different areas, and with it, powerful storms, powerful rains would accompany him. May seem like a fun guy. Search for knowledge, everyone loves that. Going on adventure, who could blame him? But unfortunately, he valued that over everything else. If a village did not want him there, opposed him, he would use force to get past them, to get what he wanted. Many times he would sort of beat them into submission with some lightning, a bit of magic from his tower. And none opposed him. Except for when he found a bit of knowledge he shouldn't have found. Upon going to a peaceful village, he managed to chat with them, converse with those around, and they told him of another giant, a large creature, even almost as large as him, who had been slaying many warriors in a path towards their own village. With their best warriors already defeated, they implored this traveler to help them. With his great magic, perhaps he could defer this horrendous villain. But unfortunately for them, Otez declined, for he sympathized with this entity, for it wished to travel as it pleased, only to be disrupted by warriors attempting to kill it. and he sided with it. He decided if it wanted to do what it pleased, why should he interfere? Yeah. So upon leaving this village, unlike most villages where he would just move on, he decided to stay. He stayed nearby, he watched, and as this large creature vanquished the villagers, destroying everything in its path, he descended once again to talk with this creature. He wished to congratulate it, this fellow free spirit, in breaking the restraints of those who would attempt to control them, and flew down to converse. Upon seeing the giant, our storm giant, our hero of the story, if you will, Otez, this figure scanned him, eyeing him up wordlessly. Otez attempted to have conversations with him, but to no avail. As Vermin is telling you this story, he is also just looking off and signing autographs to people coming by, as if this is a natural thing he does on the side.
And Marina, the mage, is like, oh, this is my favorite part. He's like, and he just like shoots a couple of lightning bolts into the ceiling. And like a lot of people in the room are like, ooh.
And he's like, yes, of course, the two siblings here would enjoy this part, as the storm giant being eyed up by this nameless figure. The sorcerer began to understand what was happening as this figure charged him, wanting battle above all else. This led to an epic engagement between the two, as it was might versus magic, sword versus mind, as these two creatures engaged in a large, horrendous battle. But it seemed that this nameless fighter was gaining the upper hand, and Ortez, being the clever creature that he was, attempted to flee. But this creature, being stronger and faster than him, was able to prevent that, keeping him trapped on the ground, unable to return to his mighty floating fortress. This led to Ortez, in desperation, calling upon that lightning he would use to pacify the villages in an attempt to take this creature down. As the creature raised its axe above his head, going for the final strike, lightning hit. A devastating pillar of electrical energy struck them both. It was so powerful the village and surrounding landscape had been turned into a massive crater. Some say the two of them were disintegrated in an instant in that blast. While others do believe that the body of the unknown warrior giant remains in one piece, buried in this crater created. It's a widely believed legend, myth, if you will, that the site of that blast it might have been in the northern ends of the Dragonfire Waste. It's believed ruined tower just floats in the middle of Witch Hat Lake. Seems to be the location of this crater in these days.
And
But that's just speculation, to be honest.
Marina turns to his twin sister, and I like this story because magic will kick your ass. And she's like, the mage died too, you idiot.
And Vermin leans over to the two of you and he's like, and this is why I use both.
I mean, I personally have seen the benefits of both, so
Yes, I'm sure that you've all... It's not often we get travelers of your aptitude for combat in this area. I'm sure there's been quite a bit you've seen in your travels.
oh
We've been around.
yeah.
Certainly had our fair share of adversity.
Yeah. And as you say that, he turns to Azaria and he's like, yes, you have been around. That armor you're wearing, perchance.
Mm-hmm.
Where would you have gotten that from?
I shoot a look to Azaria and just kind of, so I try to subtly shake my head.
Also, Drac, could I have you make a perception check?
Okay. That's a 25.
Brilliant. And then I'm also going to have you make a follow-up insight check.
Okay. That's only a 13.
As you're kind of like getting a little bit of like a suspicious vibe, you like kind of heighten your senses a bit and like become a bit more perceiving of the table around you. And you don't detect anything fishy, but like Bernarda's eyes, the dwarf like brew cleric, does occasionally like linger on Abe as they're like looking about the table.
Yes.
Just during our travels west from here.
Yeah. See a bit of a smile on Vermin's face as you give him that kind of vague answer. He's like, yes, understood. Well, you see, I'm not the most versed in this, but I can notice druidic workings when I see it. As I'm not sure you're well aware, but I, myself, if the tale didn't give it away, I'm a shifter, as you were. Maybe not common where you come from, but us shifters are long descended from druids. As a sorcerer, might have magic in their bloodline. A creature born with animal parts, such as myself, would have a druidic nature somewhere down the line, and it's always fascinated me. But I'm a reasonable person. I know information isn't always free, so I'm willing to make a trade. If you let me know where you've gotten this craftsmanship done, perhaps there's some info I could help you with. As a champion of the Coliseum here, I have quite a few connections, perhaps, that might be of help.
You
I'm
hear
sure you didn't come to this city on a whim.
you hear a random spectator nearby. Farmer.
Former champion.
Unfortunately, I don't know who made this. I don't know where you could get this crafted. We did find it. Like pulling up the map, thinking of how much I want to give. It could be a dangerous journey, but sailing into the smoky Gulf, if your intentions are pure, you might have some luck.
Understood. In the smoky Gulf, there's something out there, it would seem. Or someone. Alright.
Definitely something. Fog.
Definitely something.
Lots of fog.
Gideon
Well.
returns.
Not the
vague as-
most.
Oh my lord, Gideon Gray here at our table. I cannot believe it.
I
can't
know.
myself.
There's
Wow.
like a swath of people behind him, just like, yeah, it's Gideon Gray.
Oh my, we are truly blessed on this day.
That's right. Who else could shoot his friend in the face and still win?
Ryan, can I have you roll a persuasion check?
Sure.
I wipe my mouth with my napkin and then I pass it over to Gideon to sign for me. If you would be so kind. Would you mind?
Not at all. Gideon will sign your napkin for you.
Wow, thank
2
you.
G's.
All right, could I have you roll 44?
I'm just going to type 44 again. 40 plus 4. 7.
While you've been off and about signing autographs, you've made 7 silver pieces.
Nice.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
And gotten 7 phone numbers somehow.
Would be just 7 addresses.
What would the equivalent be?
Ye
I've
old
been
sending stone
stones.
number.
Yep.
Right, what I miss? Anything interesting?
But Vermin, like, how much do you know about druids? Like, what's your...
Honestly, not a huge amount. I've been hoping to learn more. Just the odd story passed down from family members. More rumors and myths more than anything. And as I've kind of been learning the nature of my neighbors, the giants, it's given me a bit more interest and to learn a bit more about my own past, my own ancestors.
So, have you, I guess your family are also shifters?
It pops up. It's not an everyone in the family kind of thing, more like a black sheep kind of deal.
Right.
Occasionally along in the bloodline, this can manifest. And when it does, you get these very attractive features of whatever creature your ancestors were associated with. For myself, rodents, it would seem.
And Marina pipes in, didn't you have a cousin that was like sheepy?
Yes. Not much to say about that. More of a follower than anything else.
Wow.
Oh, this guy.
This is like this is descending from druidic bloodlines, or?
Yes, as I've been told, druids tend to have the ability to shift their form between both their regular natural state and that of the creatures of this world. And that magic, that ability, can transfer through their descendants, leading to something such as myself, a creature stuck partway between the two natures. I'm able to, for a brief period of time, heighten my animalistic senses and get a bit more in tune with it. I was able to use that during our battle to get a bit more of a sense, that sort of a sixth sense to keep track of where you were, allowing me to sort of thwart whatever chances you had of sneaking up on me or trying to pull a fast one on me.
I'm sorry, have you ever met any other shifters?
Just a few in my village, but none throughout my travels. Have you come across any by chance?
No, I think
No.
my enclave was just Eladrins and elves and fae folk for the most part.
Enclave, you say?
Yeah, I'm like 600 years old.
Well, you look great for your age.
You know,
Yeah, they're the baby
before
of the
meeting
group.
all of these people, I was 50 years younger, traveling with them. Oh, does it age you?
Harsh, but true.
Well, and like I said earlier, you must be traveling to the city for a reason, are you not?
We have several, as it goes, going to a big city, but
Yeah, actually, this was one of them. The gun upgraded. That was one big one.
Yeah, big reason here was for Gideon's gun.
yeah, he was really itching to shoot Drax, so it was kind of a dream for come
I can confirm
true.
it works.
That's good, Drag. I'm glad it works.
Yep.
Restocking supplies. Actually,
Well, if you need a good deal or anything, let me know. As I've said, I'm a man of my word. As vague as the directions you gave me were, I hold up my end of this deal. If there's something you need in the city, someone you need to talk to, or something you need to find, I have a few connections throughout.
There's someone I want to talk to.
There's a couple people we need to talk to.
Well, give me some names. There's not much I can do with this.
Hillip Rowe is one of the learneds.
Brogue, Hillebrogue. Is that a human, correct? Has a weird eagle or hawk or something always with them?
Yeah, he's got a bird. Falcon? Bird? I don't know. A bird of some kind.
I don't know. I don't know him
bells,
directly, but are you looking to speak with him?
I am, yes.
Grit, what was the name of that barkeep? His wife, she's a scribe for that man.
His wife, I think that was Gail Silvergem.
Well, she owes us a favor, doesn't she? The barkeep, I got him some front row tickets for one of our fights for her birthday recently. I'm sure she could hold up her end. I know that this man you're looking to speak with, he's one of the learned. Puts an air of being a rather busy person with a rather tight schedule, but he tends to just have her fill in his time with empty meetings. I'm sure I could get one of those empty meetings turned into an actual full meeting for you if you'd like.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, I'll reach out tonight. I think Bernhard is not doing much tomorrow. Her and Rolo could probably escort you there if you'd like to meet up with them.
Certainly.
Yes.
Do you have
And
any...
perhaps if that meeting goes well, you might have a bit more information for me about what's out in that sea.
Well, I'm not too educated on that. You'd have to ask everybody else.
But
To be honest.
is it just general information about druids that you're looking for, or something in particular? There is a chance during our travels we may learn more, and if I know what you're looking for also in those travels, I'm sure we'll be back in Blowbar.
Well, as you might have guessed from my search for these runes, I'm always interested in something that can give me more power or more knowledge in this world. Strength can only get you so far. A strong combatant cannot talk their way out of a fight, while a smooth talker cannot fight their way out of an encounter with a bear. So I prefer to get my whatever information I can, whatever knowledge I can about this world, and put it to the best use possible. And my studies and into the nature of giants and their culture has just wanted me to find ways to get more power out of what I've been gifted with.
This story that you told us about Otez. Do you take the lesson from that?
Yes, the lesson I took is that, well, people take their own lessons. Some view it as more of a myth to explain an area. Some view it as a cautionary tale. My personal view on it is I think it shows you not to put all your eggs in one basket and to respect those around you. For pursuit of knowledge is dangerous, but it seems to be only that way when you do not treat those around you with respect and view yourself as above it. Do not let your head get too full of itself.
Honestly, that seems right on the money to me.
I agree.
And like we're all a bunch of nerds here for the most part. So I think you're in good company in that sense.
Well, then perhaps you'd enjoy this now. As you'd mentioned, stone giants, if you'd like, I can grant you one of these runes temporarily.
I mean, yeah.
As a parting gift, perhaps. A thank you for not taking that contract. As he chuckles, like, visibly nervously at that one.
Yeah, this was more just for fun. It wasn't ever, we can't stay here forever, so you're welcome to keep the title.
Perfect.
What were you going to say, Drac?
To that point, maybe we could meet up with you before we leave the city, so that way we could get a little bit more mileage out of this gift that you so freely give.
Yes, of course. This gift, it sounds a lot more exciting than it is, I'll be honest. These runes lose their magic over time. So you'll be guaranteed some more gifts of the stone giants. You'll get their vision to see in the dark, see underground. You'll gain double checking what you get from that rune.
I do already have that genetically, but I do appreciate.
Well, you also get their natural. I don't know how well this translates in along their bloodlines, but their natural insight, their ability to tell when they're being deceived.
Actually, that might be a good one to have in the city.
Yes, these runes, without me, I can maintain about 3 runes a day, and the magic lasts for about that long before I have to reapply. So I can give you a day's worth of this knowledge, this insight, and then it will fade. The rune itself will remain carved in your armor. It'll be a nice symbol if you'd like, but the power will fade over time. If we ever meet up again, I can re-imbue it, but
Something
it'll
like
solely
that.
be a temporary thing. More symbolic than anything.
It could be useful
If
for
I
myself
may.
or Abe. 'Cause we cannot see in the dark.
Yes.
Oh, true.
I think I might need some of that insight with me in the room when I talk to Hillipro.
Wish to speak with Hillip alone?
No, I'm gonna need whoever's Drac. I know you got a good eye for that. I'd like you to be there. Nell, with this, I'd love to have you there too.
Stronger together, after all.
Because I'm a terrible liar, so I don't, I don't really know how to look
Well, I
for.
don't-
Oh, well,
Why
if
do you
you're
think you
looking
would
to
need to
lie,
lie?
I might be able to give you a bit more on that. So,
I'm
as I
looking to
mentioned
find the
previously,
truth.
I have 3 runes I'm capable of crafting. I've gained the knowledge of the stone giants, the knowledge of the storm giants, which I found in this city here, and I've also been able to track down some knowledge on cloud giants. And as a lucky day for you, I don't have a fight tomorrow, so I'm not in need of these. But I can carve one of each of them and imbue the magic into them. Past that, it becomes useless. They're just symbolic. A cloud giant, a crafty creature, has an unnatural ability to lie and deceive. and I can imbue that into one of these runes. The stone giant, as I said, has the ability to see through lies. I can imbue that as well. And the storm giants, they have an innate precognition and nature towards magic, allowing them to have this sort of sixth sense where they cannot be surprised, as well as a bit more of just knowledge of the magic around them. Again, those benefits can last for a day. Let me know. Leave something with me tonight. I'll have it ready in the morning.
Sounds really good to me. I guess I'm gonna do, like, I feel like Nell like is fully trusting. 'Cause it's like you're talking about giants and you seem like you're into knowledge. So I'm actually not gonna do an insight check. You mentioned you have connections. There is one other person that we need to talk to, and we kind of have someone working on this, but I don't really know if she is able to do it either. It's kind of a shot in the dark. And then I think this is probably unlikely. No offense to you, but just in general. But we really need to talk to Charity Cozybug.
Charity Cozybug. The name's vaguely familiar.
And Rolo the kobold, who's been quiet at the table this whole time. She's the Grand Arkanist at the university.
Oh yes, that's probably why. I don't have connections to her directly, but I do know some people in admissions, and we do have some fans among the faculty who could probably get you in and get you talking with somebody.
If it helps, we've already like left our names with her receptionist, so it's just kind of a matter of maybe pushing that to the front of the line.
Yeah, of course, I could definitely get that done. You see, Rolo here, through her connections, Rolo has an aptitude for magic, but never had the funds or means to get into this fanciful college here. But through our prestige and our connections through the Coliseum, we were able to get him admitted, found some fans in the faculty, found some people who were easy to talk to, and got him in. I'm sure with a letter from me and accompanied by Rolo, he can deliver something in, and I'm sure you'll be able to get a meeting. Not sure when, but what do you think, Rolo? Think we can push our luck again?
I mean, we definitely give it a try, but I don't think we ever had to deal with Charity.
Yes.
I think I've only seen her like once.
Yeah, like I said, never talked to her, but lower level people within the college are more what I can get you in touch with, and the rest would be on you there.
Yeah, I mean that's understandable.
Yeah, I can get you in the front door.
We'll take it. Rolo, are you friends with a lot of students there? Because we've just met one who seems really nice and maybe would be a good friend for you to have as well.
Oh, I mean, like I keep my circles cool. You know, I've a few select people that I keep close, and
yeah. Well, this guy's really cool. So his name is Tyrone. I don't know if you've ever met him before, seen him in classes or not.
The turtle type person.
Tyrone, sorry.
Tyrone.
Tyrone, yeah.
He wears a little fun hat. I don't know what it's called.
Very, very jaunty.
Yes.
Yeah.
I got very flustered when I told him that I was a didact.
Mm-hmm.
You're a didact? Oh, geez. He like straightens up like his appearance.
I like whispers to Drac. I was like, "This is really fun to tell it to the students I don't know."
Very funny.
Oh, it's very, very cool that you like to go out and drink with students, I guess.
And I'm their research assistant.
I am envious.
Sweet.
Can I just do one more insight check on Vermin? I'm getting good vibes, but he's also talking like very pretentiously, so I just want to zero in on that and see if there's any sort of malcontent underneath that tone.
Sure. As per our homebrew rules, we don't. Well, Matt, you can give away what you want to give away for Anthony's insight. You can choose to let him roll if that's the way you want to play it, but Defender basically gets to choose how the information is potentially delivered.
All right. Did you do a roll?
Do you want me to roll?
I guess it doesn't matter. What you gather from Vermin, he seems truthful. What you can kind of see from the way he's talking is he seems to have a very public front he has, where very full of himself, very showboaty, pretty much just acts like he knows everything, to just try and keep himself seeming like he has the upper hand in a conversation. But you don't necessarily sense any maliciousness behind this, more just a social facade he puts up.
I'll put my hand on Ria's arm and just give them a nod.
And
So,
Rolo pipes in. Also, if we're gonna be escorting you guys, where are you staying?
Oh, I simply don't remember the name of it.
Wanderlust Inn, I
Wanderlust.
believe.
Yep.
Turns to Bernardo. That's Gold Quarter, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Gold Quarter. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll have to relay. We'll probably leave like a note at your inn when we're able to confirm, like when we can get you into that meeting. And he points to Vermin. You let me know so I can go do the thing, and then let them know.
Of course.
And then, of course, if anybody's there at the time, we can just play some more Dragon Chess. Because like
I'd
Vermin
love to
said,
learn.
we don't have a match tomorrow. Then you're going down, buddy.
We'll see. I am out of practice because I haven't played in 2 months, but
What are you
was
talking
very
about? We
good.
were just playing like an hour ago.
No, I know, but that's why I was rusty, and that's why.
Oh, excuses. I see.
I didn't even know that you had a set, Christy. Because, like, I also know how to play.
Yeah,
I also
I
know
just
how to play.
I just
Why
keep
have we
for-
not
I-
been playing?
Why haven't you taught me how to play?
It's such a fun game.
I forgot. I don't know.
Hold on.
Everyone else felt like they had cooler things they could do, like with you and your flute or whatever, and so I just like, I don't know.
Rolo-
play freaking Dragon Chess. But...
Rolo points to Abe and is like a little bit sheepish. What about you? Do you know how to play Dragon Chess?
No. I'm a little surprised to hear that there was a game everyone knew how to play when I've spent the last 2 months staring at a wall for 6 hours a night.
You do need another person to play it, Abe.
Abe, I don't know how to play. I would have played it with you.
Also, at this point, Abe, you should know that I only trance for 4 hours, so you could come and hang out if you're done
I just
staring on a
assumed
wall.
you're busy. I don't want to interrupt your business.
But
I've been playing Dragon Chess alone in my room for 2 months, but all right. Also, the way Rolo asked that question, do I get a sense that it was like Broomhild trying to like make him ask that question?
What's that?
Was the dwarf making like trying to like get? Was Rolo asking that on behalf of the dwarf who was eyeing
Right.
up Abe?
Okay, go ahead and make an insight check.
Ah! Use such a bad roll. Both like actually the rolling of it and then the number as well. Insight. Whole 12.
No, he seems he was asking for his own interest. You didn't notice Bernarda's like lingering gaze on
Oh,
Abe.
I sure didn't. Okay, well never
Is
mind.
she still doing that?
She, Drac, going off of your previous perception, like, not as much. Like, it's like there was a period where she was, like, trying to, like, almost, like, gauge him.
Hmm. Okay, cool.
Can I ask, Vermin? I have a few things.
Yes.
Yeah, you'll get to know me. I have a lot of questions. So I'm assuming the stone giants you talked to were in the Great Oakland.
I believe so, Denny.
Yes.
That's
Sorry, I
that's
don't
the
have the
up,
map in front of me.
that's
Yeah.
the up north.
Yes,
Okay.
they were.
Yeah. So that's kind of like I have some familial connections there as well.
Oh, nice.
You said you learned some stuff already about cloud and storm giants. Whereabouts did you get that information?
Storm giants. I was able to get some information thanks to Bernharda here. Bernardo, they're very knowledgeable with the city. They were able to help me find my way around when I came.
And he helps me walk.
Yes.
Both.
I'm a great walking stick at times. Yes, just showed me around the library to find that information.
Oh.
Yes, you can find information on giant culture, language, that kind of thing quite easily, but the knowledge on how to transfer that into actual magic and power is pretty closely guarded. I'm surprised your stone giant family hasn't told you about this.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a far off relation. Like my family, we're descendant from them, but I don't think that we like have anyone in particular that would know us. Or I mean, it could be I don't know, it could be one of those things where like maybe like we meet up and they're like, oh my god, like you know so and so, they're my sister, and it's like crazy. But no, nothing like that.
They knew a bit about cloud giants as well, which is how I gained that knowledge.
Okay.
Which fun giant facts, which I always found interesting with that story I was telling. That our storm giant in his tower in the sky. Cloud giants are the ones normally known to have towers in the sky. So either it's a mistranslation of the story being passed down, or perhaps there was more than one giant there. Interesting, right? Right?
Very interesting. Also, on that story,
all right.
I think it's really
Takes
interesting.
out a big drink.
I mean, you would have noticed that like Nell has been writing this whole thing down in her book, so she does like write that down. In the story you told, which one was it? Like, which giant was believed to have possibly like not been disintegrated? The nether giant or the
unnamed giant? We don't know its nature. Okay. All we know is it was almost as large as a storm giant. Skilled in physical combat. That's the best we've got.
Very interesting. Yeah, my only other question is, do you know anyone that could get +1 leather armor at a discount?
Well, ironically, the reason I'm busy tomorrow and I can't be helping you with all this is I'm trying to work out a sponsorship deal for us up in the arena here.
Whoa.
Talking with some blacksmiths, some leather crafters. This armor is chipped. Rolo's armor is not good. You've seen it. You hit him pretty easily.
No offense.
with the whole almost having lost the title thing, that was very good that we kept that so we could go ahead with that sponsorship.
Yes, it was. I didn't want to bring that up because I was worried it might cause some bargaining to happen. But yes, we're trying to get some fancy new armor, so maybe if that goes well.
Right, sounds good. Cool. So, I guess it seems like Hill Up Row is an easier thing to do and potentially have done for tomorrow.
Yes.
At some point. So maybe then Gideon.
It might not be tomorrow. We have to confirm with them to figure out what time. I mean, we could try and get tomorrow, but it might not be doable.
Yes. I will make all these contacts tonight. I'll finish this drink and head out. I'll leave a note with Rolo. When you meet up tomorrow, he'll have all the information you'll need. Yes, and if there's any of that rune stuff you want for tomorrow, just leave me either a piece of armor or a weapon I could carve it into, something you'd carry on your person, but I can still engrave into.
Yeah,
I don't have the time to sew it into cloth, so you're stuck with engravings.
Yeah, I'm thinking like what would be the best, because it seems like if it's like kind of more social like benefits, it might be helpful to time it with one of our conversations, especially the lying thing for Gideon's sake.
We think we'll need to lie to Mr. Rowe.
No, but like knowing whether or not he's being lied to.
Oh, that part.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that insight might be useful for Gideon.
Mm-hmm. So obviously
we'll have to wait and see then.
Yeah, it's such a generous offer. I don't want to. Like, I'm assuming, do you have a fight in 2 days? Is that?
I don't believe that schedule's. I don't think so. We're usually once a week, so I've got a bit of time.
Okay.
Unless someone else does spectacularly like you and they want to put us up against them. But I'm sure there'll be a bit of time before that.
What we could do is, if you find out tonight or something that you can contact Hilla Pro. Gideon, you could leave something with Vermin anyways. And if it doesn't come to pass, you don't inscribe the rune.
That's... Yeah, we'll see. We'll just see how the arranging goes, I suppose.
And as I think I mentioned this, I can reapply the magic to a rune. It just once a day. So
Right.
Gotcha.
Okay.
it'll fade over time. I can redo the rights on the engraving and make it potent again.
Very cool. What armor do I even have? Just I have my sword and just my splint armor.
Yeah, your
I can
mithril
engrave a
splint.
sword as he like reaches under his chair and pulls up the glaive he had, and puts it on the table. He's like, as you see on here, and like points to the blade. It's got like a fancy carving. Nell, you speak Giant, I assume. You'd probably get a gist of it. The dialect is Storm Giant here, so a little trickier to read, but you get some hints towards the nature of it, with allusions to the future, vision, alertness, that kind of thing.
Well, yeah. In that case, I guess I'll give you my sword.
Sure. Yeah, take it. Did you have one in mind? Stone, cloud, or this one here? Sorry, cloud, stone, or storm.
Right. Well,
Words sound similar. I'm a few drinks in. I get it a little mixed up.
honestly, that's understandable. I don't need the one that's dark vision because I already have it. And what were the other options? Like one of them, you can tell if someone's lying to you, and then the other one.
So that's the stone giant.
Okay.
So stone giant gives you advantage on wisdom, mechanically speaking here. Stone giant gives you advantage on insight checks, and you have a dark vision of 120 feet. And you also get the triggered once a day wisdom save to paralyze a person.
Whoa. Cool.
Yeah. The cloud giant is advantage on deception checks, as well as sleight of hand checks. And once per day, you can do that redirect damage thing.
Very cool.
The storm giant, his thing is advantage on arcana checks, and you can't be surprised as long as you aren't incapacitated. On top of that, to trigger the rune, you can go into a state, a prophetic state. So for 1 minute, you can use your reaction to give advantage or disadvantage on an attack roll.
Whoa.
As you sort of can see a few seconds ahead and are able to kind of quickly give advice or move yourself out of the way of where the attack is going.
Gideon, what do you think? I'm assuming it would be helpful for you to have, if like we're in that conversation, there won't really be a way for me to tell you if anything's happening without another person noticing. So maybe you should have the insight.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So maybe I'll take Storm Giant. That's the last one you said, right?
Yeah, the magic one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll take them.
Cool. I'll put the 3 things in the chat just so you know what they all do.
That is helpful. Thank you.
No problem.
Cool.
Well, Rosaria, do you want a rune? Just for fun, to try it out?
How many of these can you do a day? I feel like
3 is my limit. If you want one just for looks, I can do as many as you like.
I think I'm good. I think there's other folks who can probably use them more while we're in the city at least. But going back to the druid stuff, so Vermin, it's mostly wanting to learn about kind of where they get their power from and stuff.
Exactly, yes. I'd love to know what led to my state I'm in and how to perhaps master it a bit more.
I mean, if you have some time while I'm in the city, I do know some druidic magic. Maybe I could just teach you some of the basics, and as I learn more on my travels, because there's so few of us, I kind of feel this information is best shared.
I like that mindset. Yes, I'd
So, yeah,
gladly take whatever knowledge you have there.
Yeah, if you have I don't know how much longer we're in the city, but if you've got a day, probably take quite a while, but can at least give you, somewhere to start.
I appreciate that.
Well, you've been quite helpful to us, and
Yes. Like I said, I like to uphold, if I make a deal, I'll keep it. I asked for information on your armor, you gave it to me. I said I'd give you connections. So
And
do
I
you want
appreciate
that other room? Oh, sorry.
I'll get that last one pasted in. Boom. There you go.
Abe, did you want the rune?
Abe seems to snap out of a trance he was in.
staring at the wall. For
Staring
6
at the
hours.
wall, yeah.
Abe, you were supposed to wait till you're back in your bedroom for that.
Sorry,
This is not your allotted brooding time.
my mind was somewhere else. No, I think, considering my armor is attached to me, no offense, Vermin, but I don't necessarily want to stay at your place all night.
Very reasonable.
But it
Sure.
would be a new wall to stare at for 6 hours.
Just gotten used to the one in my room, so
Variety is the spice of life, Abe.
we've been a lot of places in 2 months.
That's
That
fair.
is true. It hasn't even been a week since. Actually, it's been exactly 1 week from this current day that we set out onto the Smoky Call. So,
Cool.
yeah.
That's cool. How big of an item do you need, Vermin, to inscribe a rune upon?
Generally, armor or weapons, something that you'd imbue into yourself in something you'd rely on. A coin doesn't work.
What about a dart?
Dart might be iffy. It's a little small there.
Fair enough. Drac will take off one of his bracers and
I
hand
can
it
work
over
with
to
this.
you. Watch out for the spikes, they're very sharp.
Understood.
And I guess I'll take whichever rune wasn't taken.
Sounds good. Yeah, and with that, Vermin's got his stuff. He'll finish the last of his drink, pick up what you've given him, and head off. He's like, all right, I've got some calls to make and some people to contact. Turns to his team. He's like, play nice with our new friends, especially Grit, Melina. I assume you can be civil today. So we'll be in contact later. As he gives a little bow and heads off.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
As Vermin walks away, Grit's like, yeah, we can play nice, and then immediately punches her brother, and he just falls off his chair. You're an asshole.
Wow, this brings me right back.
You just hear yell from the back of the room. That didn't sound very nice.
Is there anything else you guys want to do while you're in the green room? It's busy. The other champions are just here drinking. Rolo's just kind of twiddling his thumbs and just kind of there to be part of the picture.
I'll look around and see if there's anyone suspicious.
Sure, go ahead and make a perception check.
That's a natural 19 for a 27.
Damn.
The place is filled with a bit more of a wealthy clientele. You see a lot of people in fine clothing, purchasing nice drinks from the bar, and a lot of people are looking at your guys' table, but only the amount you would expect.
Yep.
There's still just every once in a while where Bernarda does linger a bit long on Abe, though.
I'll try to meet her gaze and catch her looking at Abe and see what she does.
As you stare at her, and then she's staring at Abe, and then she looks to you. Alright.
Look away.
And she'll do the same.
happening? I'm so confused.
Let's see. Did you guys want to like sign some autographs before you left?
I mean,
Only,
one of us
only,
does.
I could.
only if like children come up to me. I'm not signing anything for some like rich adult.
This is a bar.
You literally said before there was a kid that Gideon signed an autograph
Yeah,
for.
and he was with an asshole mom.
Okay,
That is fair.
fine.
You got me
Fine.
there. That was
If
me
I-
saying yes and before. Now I'm playing the logic.
Fine. If there's a really rich people who want to pay me money for my autograph, I will accept. Why not?
All right.
I'll sign autographs.
All right. So choose somebody to represent you guys. Make a persuasion check with advantage.
And
Hell.
I was like,
Probably now.
I'll take this one. Once
Make
again,
sure to
my
put Seekers of Sicramund on it.
I will, because I honestly was signing the Phoenix, and that felt weird. So yes, I will do that. I am just gonna duck down to roll my dice on the floor because my cat took my dice rolling area. So let me just do a quick little.
You don't want to just roll it on your cat?
Go to the
Reginald.
Okay. Persuasion. 26.
And how much longer do you guys think you're going to stay here signing autographs?
Half an hour.
A half hour. Okay. Let's.
10 hours.
As long as they keep coming.
I will
Yep.
sign autographs as long as I need to get what we need for Elowen's armor. I'm
Right.
here all night, baby.
I'm going to have you roll 4d6.
Okay.
The suspense.
Could just use roll 20, but
I could have also.
Hey,
I could have also had somebody else roll it.
well, it's too late. Reggie's rolling by proxy. Okay, that would be 9 plus 6 is 15. We all said it at the same time. 15.
As like a good chunk of you have gone into like, yeah, we'll sign some autographs before we leave mode. A bunch more people are like more comfortable with like, okay, they're cool to sign now. So you guys kind of get swarmed a bit and make 15 gold pieces.
Dang.
There we go. I'm putting it into the Elowen armor fund.
One step closer to Elowen's armor.
Yep,
How much was it? 1,500?
1,500. So
Roughly,
we're
yeah.
a tenth? No, we're a 1% of the way there, right?
Yeah, we're basically already there. So perfect. Do you want to divide that up, guys, or
No.
all right?
Give it to Elowen. She needs some armor.
She
Yeah,
needs
I'll
some
put it.
armor.
I'll put it in here. But I'll make a note that I owe it to her when she's back.
All right. So, as I understand it, Nell's getting the Storm Rune, Gideon's getting the Stone Rune, and Drax getting the Cloud Rune.
Yeah, I just took whatever was left.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Gideon would have given you one of his swords to inscribe it in.
I like the image of Vermin just walking out with a handful of stuff.
Bunch of things on one arm, signing autographs with the other arm.
And then we never see him again.
Yep.
Well, he only got one of my bracers, so.
I know. I was like, oh my sword.
Jenny, do I have 18 and a half AC now? Is that how that works?
No, your AC will be reduced by the full amount.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
I'm just
18.5.
memeing.
I've rolled it before.
I
It's-
appreciate
that's
that.
not
It's a good meme. It's a good joke.
a quality meme.
Well, as long as the Shenkrai doesn't attack us tonight, we're fine.
That's right. That's
Say that, Tazaria.
Don't joke.
knocks on the wood extremely hard.
Back punches the
I
wood,
knock on
breaks it.
wood by like knocking on my leg.
There, that works, yes. Do we want to just go back to the inn, my friends?
Think
I
so.
think
Sure.
we could probably use an
Use a
extended
rest.
rest after our victory.
It's past Abe's wall staring time, so he's getting a little cranky.
That's right.
Well, maybe tonight you can play a game with him.
There we go.
What did you say, Abe?
Who's sailing I was hoping none of you would notice that I was getting cranky.
As we're walking out, I will inform Abe of the lingering eyes that were upon him, in case he didn't also notice.
You know, that's a fair point. Adam, what was your passive perception?
12 million. No.
Whoa, crazy.
13.
Yeah,
Pretty
you
much
did
the
not
same
notice.
Yeah, I'll just point that out to Abe and say, the dwarf was staring at you a lot. I tried to catch her attention. She was drunk, so it meant nothing to her.
I don't know if I'm conventionally attractive.
Oh, I was thinking that maybe she knew you from somewhere. Maybe from a past life.
Oh, yes, that
Though,
makes much more
in the
sense.
city, that would be the
He
second person who has just been
picks up his pace.
very forward about their attractiveness to someone. When Elwyn and I were getting baked goods before, some woman just walked up and said I was hot. I thought that
What?
was very strange. Just out of the blue. I asked
Don't
her for
worry,
directions.
I'm like not interested in being catcalled, but like, what the hell?
I think it's just the shiny thing. She was kind of looking at me like a crow looks
Oh,
at shiny things. So,
Abe is also shiny. So,
is everyone in this city a crow? Oh God!
City of
It's just a
Birds.
city of kenkus,
Stop! Please
Wow.
stop now. I don't
That's-
like this.
mimicking real people.
I was gonna say,
Hey, we like kenkus.
if,
Let's go
it,
back
I
to
think
the
they're
inn.
cute.
if you're okay, you can not like birds, but I think if you don't like kenkus, then you're borderline like racist, right?
Yeah.
So,
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
are there bird people?
yeah.
Have
Nani?
you seen one?
Oh, Nell, you have one in your village.
I sure do have one in my village, and they are very nice. They bake bread.
Nice.
Drac has been traumatized by birds.
And bread.
I don't
Bread
recall that
bad
voice
for
in my head,
birds?
but okay.
Also, Abe, for what it's worth, you're probably the top 10 best looking metal persons I've ever met. I'm like,
How many
elbowing
metal
Rhea.
people have you met?
Well, there's that one that
Yeah.
wore,
How do I stack
There's a
up to
lot in
Fruce?
Starcross.
yeah, there was the one that had the straw hair with the chickens in Starcross.
Yeah, Denny, what was the hotness roll for Fruce?
Oh, Fruce, he's a babe.
I feel like you gotta roll a D100 for him.
Oh.
Whoa, whoa.
It's a
Iris.
D100 plus 100. He's already top.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
right.
how much more.
Huge
Before-
modifier.
Before we continue on rolling a D100 for how hot is Fruce,
Okay.
I'm just gonna say that like Vermin's gonna be able to get you guys your gear for the next day. If you want to refresh those runes, he'll be able to do it. We'll use like Rolo and the crew to kind of be your gateway, but otherwise I'll allow Matt to go about his day. Thank you for joining us.
Eat some butter
Thanks for having
tarts.
Yay,
Yeah.
You guys get
Thanks
your
for
gear
being
back.
here.
They'll all come with a nice signed autograph from Vermin. His
Wow.
name in a pretentious
yeah.
cursive with the ends ending in a
Wow.
long trailing rat tail looking thing.
I'm gonna sell it
Beautiful.
for gold.
I put it right next to my Gideon Gray framed napkin that I have.
Oh, mwah. Chef's kiss.
But yeah, thanks for having me on. I'll
Thanks
head
for
over
hanging
to
out,
Adventure
Matt.
Adventures.
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging out, Matt.
Thank you for sharing the
See you
story
soon.
too.
That was
Yeah,
awesome.
oh my god, that was so
awesome.
good.
Mhm.
Hi, friends.
Bye,
Take care.
Matt.
And chat.
Goodbye, chat. From all of us. Oh my gosh. Whoa, look at
Whoa,
the
swift.
transition.
Slick.
Oh, and now
I'm
Ryan's
Vermin.
Vermin. Yep.
Ah, let me tell you something about combat. I'm the best. Can't believe I fight alongside these plebeians. Oh, no, wait a minute.
I do wish I could have learned how to get really big, because then I would have been extra big.
Big.
Secret
So-
he will never share.
As you guys are stepping out of the Proelium and into the night, the lot of you hear a voice like just kind of waiting outside. Excuse me.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi there. And Abe, Drac, and Nell, the three of you recognize a elf human in the suit of the Malege and short blonde hair.
Popo, run!
Bonus action dash.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you.
I can't see in the dark, so...
My apologies. And he waves a wand, and at the tip of it, it begins to glow like a torch.
Thank you, Justicar.
Justicar.
Yes.
Mr. Elsinius Woodfellow.
He was very helpful to us when it came to figuring out what happened at the previous fight.
Right.
And just as I mentioned to half of your group here, I was in attendance today to ensure that no tempering was involved. And firstly, good match. It was very entertaining. And
Thank you.
Do you have someone with the last name Woodfallow in your group?
Why do you ask?
Well, I if it's who I'm thinking, I think she's a relative of mine. I understand it's a little odd. But if you could pass along this, and he pulls out a note. She's
Will do if I meet someone with that last name.
Thank you. Her first name would be Elowin, if they are in fact traveling with you. I hope. She's been disconnected from the family for a very long time, and I've never really spoken to her before. So,
But your family, do they speak about her often?
not often, but Mother did talk about her every once in a while. The last time I saw her was under sad circumstances, so I haven't gotten to know her very well otherwise. So, yeah, if she wishes to meet with me, I let her know she can come to me.
Will do.
Will do.
Thank you.
To change the subject before you go, Justicar.
Yes.
Was there any tampering?
No, there was no tampering today.
That is good to hear.
It seems Miss Quillanthry did indeed learn her lesson.
It was not her that we were worried about, but thank you nonetheless.
My point being that the Proelium is safe. It's had its wards. I'm glad nothing worse than healing magic was attempted.
Indeed.
Well, very good. If you need anything more from me as well, you know where to find me. Good night.
Thank you. Good
And
night.
he bows and walks off into the night with his torch wand.
Yeah.
Fuck.
It was only a matter of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta tell her.
I think we should.
I think so too.
She would want to know, I think.
Does the letter that he left seem really thick or not so much?
Not particularly.
I've known Elowin the longest. Can I give it to her?
Of course.
Sure.
Head back, friends.
Let's head
Yeah.
back.
So, in a drastic change of tone, you guys make your way back to the inn. And stepping inside, it's gotten quite a bit late now. We're getting close to like midnight-ish. You guys spent quite a bit of time out drinking, chatting, socializing. And the Wanderlust Inn is quiet. Like, there are candles lit, so that there's at least some light in here. The tables have the chairs put up on them, so nobody's really awake. And Tyrone is, of course, at the counter, though he is sitting in his own chair, head lulled backwards, and just a loud...
This man must be protected at all costs.
Someone who's more quiet than me sneak over and like put money into his little pouch.
Sure.
Yeah, I can make my way on over.
Here,
Make
I'll give you
a
like
Well,
5
stealth
gold.
check.
25.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm very stealthy.
what the fuck?
I have expertise in stealth.
I feel
Wow,
like
alright.
we definitely don't use it enough, so we should stealth more
I
places.
feel like we've never stealthed once.
I'm fairly maybe
No,
the
I stealthed
during the
with
bid.
Cap. Cap
Yeah.
ruined my stealth.
Oh,
That is
yeah.
correct. Yes.
The rogue ruined your stealth.
Yes, the rogue ruined
Yeah,
our
the
stealth.
rogue.
Yeah.
Ruined our stealth.
God damn it.
Yep. Tyrone is just snoring, head lulled back. And how much money do you drop in that little...
Oh no.
the
I
glass?
assume
gave-
Mel had given me money to put there.
Yeah, I gave 5 gold.
Nice.
Actually, no. I'll
Take
give
that
no,
right
wait.
out of the
Yeah.
Elowin Armor Fund.
No, that's from my personal winnings. Actually, I made a note that I have 15 specifically for armor.
Nice.
So, just want this man to get through school. I feel bad.
Right. You drop the money off, and you all make your way to your rooms. Unless anybody had anything they wanted to do this night.
I will say to Abe, if you want to hang out later and learn how to play Dragon Chess, let me know. I'm usually awake at like 4 a.m. So I spent a lot of time just writing and thinking, which sometimes I don't like. So
Will do.
And then
Very
once you
good.
two get good at this, I'll kick your butts.
yeah, well,
Don't
you
be
haven't.
so sure, Zarya. I have some practice in this game as well.
I was
I'd love to
known in the
learn.
Wilder for playing this game.
Uh oh.
Hi.
Okay. Well, maybe we have like a fun new hip strategy that, you just haven't heard of yet. So just you wait.
Don't worry, I played with pixies and you look away for a second and the board's completely changed.
Interesting.
Anyone wants some messages sent before we go to bed? Let me know.
How many can you send?
Well, I did not really get an opportunity to use much of my magic in the fight, so
Alright.
I have pretty much everything ready to go.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess, it was an investment, Drag. I was making sure we had messages for tonight.
I'm sure that was your intent when you...
That was absolutely my intent. Damn it.
I know it was not your fault, friend. Don't worry.
Jack, you can have a point of inspiration.
I already have one.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Can I give it to someone else?
Actually, everybody who doesn't have it, go ahead and have it.
Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we learned to be really tactical. Shooting teammates in the head, Gideon, not tactical.
Yeah, this is never gonna...
It's never gonna die.
It's never gonna die.
Oh.
Alright.
Gideon, I've just realized I did not actually prepare that spell today, so I can't do it.
Oh.
Well,
Because I was prepared to use most of my magic in a fight and not send messages later, so...
Yeah, well, you could. I saw to that.
well,
That's what you get for not preparing sending, Drag.
Well, it was that, or the ability to knock out some weird magic if I saw it.
Well, seeing as there's no messages being sent, how about you teach me how to play Dragon Chess?
Sure.
Yeah.
Game now.
5-way tourney at midnight. Let's go.
Let's put together a little pot, and whoever loses has to donate to the Yellow and Armor pot. How about that?
Yeah.
Thing.
Okay.
Speaking of Elowen, I'm just gonna knock on her door and check on her, make sure she's alive.
Hello.
Wow, that's a really good Elowen voice. Hi, Elowen. We're back. Just checking on you, making sure you're okay.
Okay. Thank you. I'm here.
Okay. We'll be hanging out in Nell's room if you want some company.
Thank you. I'm just gonna go to sleep.
Good night, friend.
I did not agree to have this hang out in my room, but that's
Well,
fine.
we need, again, we want to give Abe a variety of walls. I think.
True. Yeah, you guys like
But I'm
come
not.
into my room and I start furiously like shoving like my mess under the bed. Somehow we've been here for 2 days and I've like destroyed the room. Sit anywhere, I say as I'm like hiding things. Here we go, and I pull out like a really battered dragon chess board. This was Vesta's first, so it's seen some wear, but you know, it's still solid.
Is it wooden made or is it any special material?
I was thinking it's like wooden, like kind of like hand carved pieces. I'm gonna say my dad carved it. I like that for him.
I could
Yeah.
polish it for you if you want. Unless you want the old aesthetic. I respect that.
Maybe, I don't know. It kind of has like a charm to it. So
I agree.
Interesting.
there's a chip here in this piece from when pretty sure Finn cheated one time and I threw this at his head and he ducked and I hit the wall. So yeah.
Sounds like Finn.
Now, you assuming that there's some similarities to like how that dragon chess works in a similar fashion to how we know chess. The piece that, and you hadn't really noticed this until like now, but like one of the kings of the white collection of pieces in its carving design, you could see it being dragony or more vulpine. Like it kind of has some fox-like features to it.
Has it always looked like that? And I'm just seeing it in a new light, or is it looking like it's changed?
No, it's always been this way.
But back home, we make our dragon chess sets out of bones from the creatures that we kill in the hunts. They're very, very interesting.
Wow. That's very cool.
We should totally commission one of them whenever we visit your home, Drag.
Well, my mother has a beautiful bone set that I'm sure she would love to destroy us all in dragon chest with.
Perfect.
Maybe master versus master, eh, Azaria?
Maybe. I haven't played in a while.
No,
Didn't
because
realize
you're
we had
practicing.
one with us. Yeah.
So how late are you guys staying up for this?
I mean,
I think especially late.
yeah. I mean, I'm good to like 1 or 2, but I don't sleep as much as you guys do. So maybe just like an hour.
Yeah. Few games.
You guys will get the
Teach.
gist, and then as we continue to play, you'll start thinking of some new like strategies and stuff, and getting the handle on it. Not like us pros here.
Right.
Yeah. Considering that you're going to be teaching new people how to play, it's probably going to be like one game over the course of an hour.
All right. We're going to run the Gideon Gambit.
Oh God.
It's an utter failure.
That's not how that piece is supposed to move, Gideon. That doesn't work.
Oh, my mistake. Sorry, they all still confusing.
I like to imagine there is like a heated 20 minutes that we all start fighting because each of us have like our own home rule that we're really passionate about. Like, no, this is how it's
Probably.
always played. I don't know what you're talking about. That's fucking crazy.
No, back home, the dragon piece can move this far.
Absolutely not.
What?
No.
No.
There's no way. That seems so broken. No.
But it is the dragon.
I've
It's the most powerful
Been
piece in the
around
board.
the longest, and I don't know what you youngins have created of this game, but traditionally, it can only move this far.
Is
It does
there
a little
rule book?
L shape. It's a really
Yeah.
unimpressive piece, the dragon.
Abe,
Here.
you notice one of the pieces is just like depending on how you shift your vision, it's just coated in glitter still. Like you look around, there's still glitter on so much.
God damn it. Haunted
Maybe
by
we-
glitter.
Maybe we should buy a rule book.
I mean,
Don't know if they want that, Gideon.
you don't have to read the rules. It's just you just know what's right and what's wrong, and like obviously, like whatever you
You're
guys are
wrong.
talking about is incorrect. Yeah.
No,
And Grobo, like so confidently strolls up to the board, picks up a piece, and like slams it down in another spot and like points at it.
Correct.
what?
He somehow like slams down a perfect like checkmate. I'm like, oh my god, I didn't even see that. Holy shit.
How did he see it? He doesn't have eyes.
I don't know.
He has like a
This is the greatest dragon chess player of this era. We must protect him.
he's a prodigy, I'm pretty sure.
I'm really bad at this game.
Look, this is
I'll
only
get
your first chance, so again, we'll play more and then you'll pick up on it. And I swear we won't be this angry for most of it, hopefully.
I hope so.
But I will crush them. Don't worry, Gideon.
shall
And
see.
you.
We'll see.
Let's see.
I look forward to it. I'll willingly
Drac
donate
just does
some of my
this as he
gold.
backwards walks out of the room. Good night.
And you guys go ahead and get your long rest. Progress has been made towards getting more people dragon chess proficiency. Wow.
That's
The true
right.
goal.
It's not
That's-
a dumb proficiency that I took. It's everyone's problem now.
It's a dumb proficiency that apparently 3 of us took.
Great.
I got a game set and I was like, ooh,
Yeah.
my backstory actually played into that choice.
Amazing.
Love that. Also, Grobo did the Gideon Gambit. That is absolutely. Just walk up to the table and just slam a piece down randomly.
Look, there's a merely minimal chance that you win, but when you do win using that one, it feels really cool.
Oh,
So,
that's the Gideon Gambit right there.
yeah, 100%.
It's
High
actually
risk.
really funny.
High reward.
It's like if I were like teaching you this, then after a minute of me teaching you, you all feel more proficient in dragon chess. Everyone who has expertise for like a game, and everyone who isn't has proficiency for like probably a game, and it's like
That's
one check.
amazing.
I forgot you could freaking do that. Oh my
So
god.
funny.
That's
It's been
amazing.
a while since there's been a point where it could come up.
I'm gonna believe that like the moment that like we got that expertise is when we started fighting because we suddenly were just like, wait, no, I remember exactly the best strategies.
That's amazing.
Just a bunch of masters in the room. What can we say?
Yep.
The next morning comes around. Nell and Abe are already up and awake. And eventually the rest of you wake up. And for Nell and Abe, when you guys get out there a bit earlier, Tyrone at the counter. Oh, good morning. I was waiting for you.
Do you live here?
It's a double shift. I'll be done in like 2 hours. Just
Do you
in
need
time.
coffee?
Wow.
Seems so bad.
Actually, that'd probably be a great idea because I'm gonna be going to class and probably falling asleep.
You go to class right after these shifts?
Sometimes.
Oh my God.
It's not all the time. I said I was going to wait up for you guys, and I think I fell asleep.
Oh.
Well, that's okay.
Because you got a letter last night.
Oh, cool.
Oh.
From
Yeah.
who?
Well, looks like it's Arkanette, so here you go.
Open it up instantly.
I'm gonna conk down on the counter for a few seconds here.
Take your time.
And he hands you this letter with a oh dear, what do you call that? The ink press label. What's that term?
A wax seal?
A wax seal, thank you. And it is the symbol of the Arkanette.
Cut it open.
You cut open the letter, and inside is fine parchment with calligraphy written upon it. And what it says: Didact Sophronis. My assistant has notified me of your interest for an appointment to discuss your current research of druids, as well as a calamity? Hard to ignore such dire choices of words, so if you'd be available to meet tomorrow, the 17th of Fading Sun at 6 in the evening, I would be interested to hear what you have to say. You can proceed to either of the Archmage Towers in either the North or South Arkanette districts. My assistant in either tower will instruct you on how to proceed when you arrive. Please be mindful not to bring too many magical items. Also, if you've been keeping company during your recent travels, I have received your notice of leave from Starcross. Bring only your trusted companions. I look forward to speaking with you. It's been a long time since we've spoken face to face. Charity Cozybug. And in parentheses, also please ensure that you bring Gideon Gray to this appointment.
I was like, oh, friends, we got an appointment.
That's a wonderful news.
Nell starts panic sweating. That's today. What time did she say? What time today?
6 p.m.
PM. Okay.
PM. We have some time. Let's not do anything crazy today.
Right.
I'm gonna sit right here. No, wait. We need to go there and sit out front. So just in case we don't want to miss it.
No, it's okay.
I think what would be useful as we go get our weapons commission is that puts a lot of our magical items with
Eckhart.
Eckhart. Could not remember his name. It's I was like tiny man that we helped.
So many tiny men recently.
Everyone's a tiny man compared to me.
You are quite tall.
You're a party of giants in a world of small people.
I'm not a giant.
But you're tall compared to them.
That's yeah.
Yeah, I think can leave other non-essentials here when we go.
Oh,
Well,
why?
we've got a good amount of
shouldn't-
time.
Do you know why we shouldn't bring so many magic items to her?
Well, I mean, one of my worries is that maybe because both towers lead to where she is, she's in an extra dimensional space. And if you bring something that's also an extra dimensional space, that could be a bad time. Or maybe the way that the magic works to get us to her, it just causes interference. I'm not sure.
Should I leave the bag here then?
I'm sure that if it's that bad of a thing, they'll let us leave it with her assistant.
I'll leave my firearms here then. My pistol. I'll keep my blunderbuss with me though.
Why aren't we
Just
going to
'cause
go and get your pistol upgraded?
Oh, it's already been upgraded.
Oh,
Yes. We had it upgraded in the fight. It works. Drac found
Oh.
out.
A little bit of a
Yeah,
headache. Just a little bit.
What is he? Stamp of approval, Drac?
I'd say so.
Very good.
Elowen
Thankfully.
comes out of her room as well, and she's still in a nightgown. I think I'm just gonna stay in today. If you need anything from me, I'll be here. And just a lot to think about.
of course. Well, we've got a meeting with Charity, so we'll let you know how that goes.
Oh, that's great. I don't need anything from her, so yeah, just let me know. Yeah, what you find out.
Well, of course, we'll do.
And she goes back to her room. So,
All right.
it is roughly 9 in the morning. What is your guys' plan?
I run out the door.
You die.
What?
Oh, wow.
Why?
I'm just kidding.
There's a,
Door was
somehow
lava.
overnight there was a pit full of spikes appeared outside the front door, and I run right into it.
Wild magic
I'll,
surges, man. They're crazy.
I'll put on my like old studded leather armor and like bring with me the crossbow and like my mariner's armor to get Eckhart to do some stuff.
Gideon wears his fancy attire that he wore to the arena and also served dinner with a couple days ago, which was just like that nice waistcoat and sort of dress pants with the shirt and bow tie, with his hat as well. But he brings his musket with him and his blunderbuss and one sword. No magic
like-
items, so.
Lock boxes in our rooms or something like that? Probably
Yeah,
not,
there are
right?
like chests in each of the
Okay.
rooms.
Yeah,
And we
Gideon
can, like-
locks the ever-loving crap out of his door.
Yeah.
By
Good
the way,
luck, my friend.
Speaking of investments, I've been looking to purchase a lock. And if it's a magical one, even better.
Was thinking of taking a very brief pit stop at the Grand Exchange. Perhaps we could look for one there.
What's the
Yeah.
Grand Exchange again?
It's the market in the area.
That
Not
could be
too
good.
far from where we're staying. On the way, so
Mm-hmm.
I ask Azaria if I look okay. All I have is like my like paladin shirt, and I have fancy armor. I don't know, my boots are a little scuffed
You-
up. Do you think that's gonna
You
be
look
okay?
great. Charity's not as much of a hard ass as the Chandier was. Can be
Yeah.
a bit more calmer in this meeting. Important person.
I just want to make a good impression.
Oh, you definitely will.
Okay.
Drac is like rubbing his forearms because he's not wearing his bracers and like, I feel very naked right now. It's weird.
I do want to get my sword back.
Actually, it is about that time
Yeah.
when coming in through the front door of the Wanderlust Inn with several weapons in his arms and a note hanging out and just like plops it all down on the table. It's Rolo the Kobold.
Couldn't even see him. It was just a pile of stuff. With two little legs and a tail.
Good morning, everybody. Vermin sent me with your stuff he runified.
Thank you very
Oh,
much.
thank you, Rolo.
Thank
Much
you.
appreciated.
Also, I got another note. Here you go. I think it's the time for meeting with Hillip. I haven't looked at it, I promise.
Sure.
Believe you.
I take it. What time is the meeting with Hillip?
So the note reads that you have an appointment with Hillip Rowe on the 18th at noon.
When's the 18th?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Oh, God.
That's reassuring. I was nervous for a moment that because we
Overlap.
said we would be willing to meet today, that we'd end up with an overlap.
Oh, that's good. That was a close one.
Worked out.
Yeah,
So-
thank you, Rolo.
Yep, I'm gonna go.
Oh, and don't worry about the charity stuff. We figured it out.
Oh, right, yeah, right. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I'll go let Vermin know. That's cool.
Thank you.
Bye. And he like books it out the door.
does he dodge the spike pit outside?
He's dead.
Oh no!
Check his pockets.
I'm
Roll
such a
for Rolo.
curse. Where is the Grand Exchange? What district is it in?
It is in your guys'
Like,
district.
right next to
It's
us.
Oh,
Number 15 on the legend.
We're in the gold quarter, so it's like right next to
oh,
us, basically.
wonderful. Oh, there's a legend here. I haven't really zoomed in. Sorry.
There's a big map.
Okay.
Let's go over to Big Map.
Drac will put his bracers back on.
I think
That's better.
when everyone else goes to get like put their weapons in, because I don't have anything to do with that, I think I would go and bring like coffee or whatever to Nivera, because I said I was gonna talk to her. So
Oh.
it's kind of along the way, right? Is this 11?
Yeah. So the temple's at 11.
Okay.
Sorry, what is happening? Oh, you're going when you go to the Arkanette.
Yeah, because everyone else wants to go to what's his face, Eckhart. I don't have anything for him, so during that time, I'll meet up with her, bring her coffee and a pastry, and then meet up at the Arkanette afterwards.
Very
you
good.
want to go alone for that now, or
No,
I feel like we shouldn't split by ourselves in this city.
for sure. I just think I'm the only one that doesn't have anything that I'm asking Eckhart for.
I have nothing I'm asking Eckhart
No?
for, so I
think
can go
it's
with
just me and Abe at this point.
That's true. Gideon, you can come if you want to meet her. She's nice.
Sure.
Let's meet at the South Institute. Say 5.
4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 4:45. Just to be safe.
4:45.
Great.
Very good. All right. So, so people wanted to stop by the Grand Exchange. What is it you're looking for?
Does Dragon Chess have a actual night piece?
Oh gosh, I wish I knew what actually was in
I
Dragon
don't
Chess.
know if Dragon Chess is real or not.
Make it up, Denny.
Oh no. Oh dear God, no. Oh my God. I have bad news, everybody. Did you know that Dragon Chess is a real thing and it is a 3-tiered chess game?
Yeah.
Oh my
I
god.
had no idea.
Yikes.
Well,
It's heavy as hell. Why am I carrying it around?
so
You're
sorry.
so strong.
Sorry, Abe, you were looking for what kind of piece?
A knight.
A knight. We've got a warrior. We've got a hero. A paladin. Yeah, those are the pieces that would be suitably similar.
I am gonna try to track down like a knick-knack stall, or if a stall has little figurines. And I would like to get a wooden warrior piece and a stone paladin piece.
All right. Just a couple of pieces carved. You'd probably be looking at about 5 copper pieces.
I will actually also get a... I imagine this person couldn't do metal.
I mean, you could shop around.
I'll see if I could get a copper dragon piece.
So shopping around and sourcing out these materials, you've got about a silver piece worth of pieces for a dragon chess set.
Cool.
The dragon was a bit more costly.
They always are, aren't they?
So shiny.
All right, Gideon, I believe you said you were interested in a lock.
Yes.
So shopping around here, you find you can find a like a padlock and key for like 13 gold pieces.
Okay.
Sorry, can I have you make an Arcana check?
Yes. 24.
If Gideon is also interested, you know that there likely would be like magical locks that could be found in like Artifice Alley, which is kind of the magic item and artificer buying section.
I'll relay that to Gideon.
Well, I guess I'll see you at the meeting. Kidding.
Don't go off alone.
Oh, that's right. Does anyone want to come with me?
Well, Abe and I are headed that way soon.
Sure.
Yeah, that'll be right in the same ballpark.
Very well.
All right. So, I suppose we'll do the Nell and Drac visiting. Visiting with Nivara first. So, as the group of you find what you want in the Grand Exchange, did anybody else want to buy anything? I kind of skipped over everybody else.
I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but if I do, I will let you know, and we can just...
Your inn's not far from there.
Same.
Very good. Azaria, nothing for the Grand Exchange?
Nothing.
Superb. All right. So yes, the group of you begin to make your way down across the bottom section of the city, and Nell and Drac break off to head towards the Temple of the High Planetary, which is this... It is an elevated stone structure atop of a also what looks to be like dwarven-made architecture and a dwarven-made stone hill with like sets of stairs leading up to this place. Like, the way it's been built almost gives the sense that like this building in the past could have been a place in the city where citizens could have holed up in the case of like some sort of attack and defended from this vantage point. And though it does have like deification and like religious kind of envisionings in its building. I suppose you guys just head inside?
Along the way, if I saw anywhere that had like pastries or anything like that, I would just grab some to bring.
Yes, of course. On your way through the Grand Exchange, you found a place called the Afternoon Corner and stopped by there and picked up a pastry, carried on.
Wait, I grabbed like a box of like 6 assorted pastries. Like, I don't know what she likes, so I'll bring one of everything.
Brilliant. We'll call that 2 silver pieces.
Oh, God. I spent all my money on fucking dragon chests, so I don't know.
Grand Exchange, it's a fancy area, man.
But yeah, now that we're here, we do head inside.
Yeah, Drac just takes a moment to like take in the architecture and just enjoy it. Be a tourist for a second, and then he goes in.
Right. So the two of you head inside. Well, that is not the...
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
There we go.
You or me.
Wow.
Wow. So, stepping inside the building, it is like a stone-made building, and walking in, it is incredibly tall. And this is a much bigger place than the temple you had been in Valenbridge. Like, it could seat, like, hundreds of people in here. Grand, tall, and there's just this beam of light coming from the ceiling through this glass circular window. And looking up, you could see the silhouettes of 9 large marbles just like spiraling through the air, or 10 marbles, sorry.
Are they actually moving?
They are, yes. It's
Oh my God.
almost like a snake spiraling, these 10 individual spheres just kind of dance in the light and cast their shadows onto the floor of the temple and the pews that you guys are kind of like seeing as you walk down this aisle leading towards the back of the place.
This is the coolest shit I've ever seen in my life. Are you looking at these freaking marbles?
They're quite big for marbles. This is beautiful.
Yeah.
There are a few individuals in robes, browns, whites, that are kind of cleaning. As you guys move to the back space, it opens up into... You guys were kind of walking down a hall. It kind of T-sections off into a hall the opposite, perpendicular to yours. And there are 10, like, possibly like 50 feet tall statues, each depicting like different entities. Like 10 statues of gods. And these look a lot more fresh than a lot of the construction in this place. Like, these were not originally statues housed here. And there are some people kind of tending to the shrines that are placed in front of them. And there is also a large central kind of place of worship that sits more centralized between all these statues, and it has a symbol, the diamond shape with the same 10 like spiraling marbles depicting the High Planetary.
I look for the only one that I would probably recognize, which is the horse god.
Amongst all the statues, you see that. Ooh, where did I put? Ah, yes. Looking at these statues, there is, in fact, the one you recognize. There's this like depiction of a horse kind of emerging, like its lower half was also made from this cloud. There is another of a strong-looking, looks like they're human, a human man with like armor and like a hammer and a lightning bolt. There is another one that is just a robed individual, like as if it were just an empty cloak. Another who, elvenish in their appearance, stands proudly and almost overconfident with a bandana or a mask across their face and a hood up. Another with a bow and arrow, a woman who stands with like a guarding gaze. A bow in one hand and a spear in the other. Pocked with marks like the moon. Another woman with these branches that grow out of her head as if they were antlers and flowers blooming all about her. And she herself is carrying like birds on her arms and plants in the other hand. A cloaked figure with a mask, simple, 2 eyes, a open hole for a mouth. Another human, a woman decked out in glorious plate mail armor, a sword up to the sky, no fear found in her eye. A man with flowing robes, a longing lance across to another of the statues. And
Which one?
meeting the gaze, that statue is looking to the one wielding the bow and that pock-marked sphere. And the last of these statues is a shorter individual. They have these glasses on and they hold fire in their hand. And they look at it with joy, but also a hint of looking out of the corner of their eye as if they coveted this. These are the statues depicting the 10 deities of the High Planetary.
The two that are looking, is that like the story that I heard from Alwyn? It's like that she learned at Bridge.
You can piece together that with your intelligence that would be the case.
Very cool. I leave a gold in front of the horse god because Gideon couldn't come, so I just put one down. And then I frantically start looking around because I feel really out of place. Like,
Let's just find someone and ask if Naivara is here.
After you placed your coin on the shrine, someone nearby. Well, that was very kind of you. Thank you. May the blessing of Equinbach be upon you.
and also with you.
Bach speed. You appear to have more... I get the sense that you are not just here for mere worship. Can I assist you in any way?
It's so rude
Come
of
now,
you.
pull yourselves together.
Oh my god. Just be like, oh, I'm looking for a friend of ours. I keep saying her name wrong. Is it Naivara?
Naivara.
Naivara. Yeah, for Naivara. I believe she's a cleric here.
Oh dear. Has she wronged you in some way? I apologize deeply.
No. She's very helpful to us.
Oh, brilliant. She's a playful spirit, so I just wanted to... It wouldn't be the first time. Very good.
No,
I will.
Yep.
I will fetch her. And
Thank you.
this woman in white robes walks to like down some stairs into like a different section of the temple, and you guys are left to kind of just stare at this feat of architecture and stone masonry work.
She's out of earsight. I turn to Drac. I'm like, walk speed.
There's also a bit of echo, of course, as you guys talk, as this place is large. and there, as you say that, there are like a small amount of people, like maybe about 10 people or so walking around the space. And you say that, and a bunch of them just like look at you.
I give a solemn nod.
And
I'm
box speed
saying
with
it.
you.
Yep.
And coming up these stairs from a different section of the temple, that priestess, and you hear her before you see her. Oh, they came? Oh my goodness, I wasn't ready for it. And just this loud voice reverberating through the halls, and just everybody's looking in that direction now at the stairs like, who's being so loud in here? It's so disconcerting to break the silence of this temple. And yet, up the stairs comes this priestess in Nivara, and she just like scuttles across the floor to you guys. I saw the match yesterday. It was so cool.
Oh no! I was really hoping that you skipped it.
No, I couldn't. I'm so sorry.
Okay, well,
You
don't
did
hold
it-
it against me that I
You
fell
did-
first.
I don't hold it against me that I can't heal from the seats.
No, I'm glad that you didn't try. I
mean-
wouldn't want to have to.
No. No. Shh. I wasn't supposed to say that. I wasn't there.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that you weren't there the first time as well.
Mm-hmm.
I brought you pastries, and I just shoved the box.
Okay, let's go sit down on a pew away from the priests.
Okay.
And she
So
just
I walk
like
by. I'm like, box speed. May box speed go with you.
she turns around. Oh, are you a worshiper of Equinbach?
No, I'm just trying to fit in.
Oh, you're doing a good job.
Great.
And she like
Box
she
speed.
brings you to like pews near like the entranceway of the temple, so you guys are kind of a bit further away from the small crowds that are like looking at the statues. Well, this is so sweet. Thank you so much. Here, have one. And she opens the box and just like offers to you guys first.
Oh,
Drac grabs one.
Oh,
What are they, by the way?
I bought like a bunch of random things because I didn't know what everyone liked. So there's a croissant, there's like a tart, there's like Danish cinnamon bun. I don't know.
Fantastic sweet rolls.
Yeah. I bought one of everything. So you take what your favorite is because I honestly like it all. So Jack already took his favorite, which is.
I don't know. He just grabbed whatever.
Oh.
He's not super familiar with like.
Yeah, I
the
don't think
food
he's
here.
had the time
So-
to find the favorite.
Drac grabbed his favorite, which is pastry.
Yeah.
Indeterminate. So
Indeterminate pastry.
Well, I've always been a fan of a Danish, so I will take that one. Thank you.
perfect. I grab a cinnamon bun. The messiest of all of the options.
Like, this woman seems like quite young in her mannerisms. But looking at her, and Drac, you can kind of pick up on this especially. She's older than she gives the impression of.
She's just human, right?
She's half human, half elf.
Half elf. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Well, were you looking for a tour, or what can I, how, I'm sorry, I'm so awkward. Wow. Celebrities and all.
Oh, we're not. We're not celebrities at all.
What are you
We
talking
did
about?
sign quite a few autographs yesterday now.
People
I
are
guess-
talking.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I'm not very comfortable with that, though. It was more just to have some fun, not for the attention, I guess.
Was it though?
Nell is being humbled.
I mean, the part where my cape caught fire, that was cool, and I did like that. Although everyone did see me get bucked off of a unicorn, so it's kind of like a give and take.
Honestly, one of my favorite moments of that previous fight. Not you getting kicked off specifically, but a sudden unicorn. That is.
Sudden unicorn.
Who does that? How are you so good to have sudden unicorn? Boxby, are you sure you're not a worshiper of the horse god?
No, but that would be really interesting. No, it's mainly there was like a chance that it could have been a unicorn and a chance that literally anything else could have happened. You didn't notice yesterday, perhaps, like when you left, some of your stuff was like really glittery.
Yeah, that's been terrible to try and get out. Did you do that?
Yep.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, none of these things are intentional. Let me put it that way. It just things happen. I can't really decide how it comes out. So.
Well, that's fun. You know, surprises are, well, coming from me, like, not much changes for me, so that must be so exciting to have that kind of thing happen.
Can be. There are moments when it's less so. But yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. But anyway, all that to say, we just wanted to say thank you again for helping us out. We actually have our meeting with Charity, so if we're going to do anything, you don't have to, so don't worry about that.
And if you did do something, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's all right.
Take the credit if you want.
Yeah, you can lie. It's all right.
Well, what can I say? I've pulled many a string to arrange this meeting with Charity Cozybug, Grand Arkanist of the Arkanette Institute, and what can I say? But other than not only did a favor get repaid, but also now you owe me a favor.
Is that so?
Wow.
Yes.
You accept favor via pastries, or are we thinking like a bigger type of situation?
Let me show you guys around the city at some point.
I mean, that would be great. This place is massive. I feel like we've seen like 3 places, and each one is crazier. Like you've seen these, right? You know about those?
I've been here a long time.
I mean, you've probably looked up. Everyone does, right? But yeah, we're not from the same place, but we're both from like similar places in that like they're small. We don't have these.
There's no floating orbs back home.
I've kind of grown used to them, but no, I understand that not everywhere has floating orbs. Yeah, I guess it's definitely one of those, you take things for granted kind of situations.
Did you grow up in Broar?
I did. Well, Mom worked here, and my father was busy setting up the government, as it were. So, yeah, a lot of time here. I would love to get to Valenbridge more. I would love to study there than here, but it's close to home.
We've been to the temple there. They seem really nice. They've helped us out a bunch, so.
Well, I don't want to go to the temple. I told you I'm a student at the Arkanette, right? I do that when I'm not here, and I'm teaching myself to play lute, and I saw some really cool bards, and I want to do that. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, they put on performances there with their music, and it's like a told. Yeah, it like was it showed a story, and we watched it. It was crazy. You could do that.
Oh, we are
like
pretty
to.
good friends with the Chantier there.
Yeah, and our other friend
we-
is a diadeck, so.
If we pass by, we could leave a good word for you.
I appreciate what you guys are doing, but it's not. It wouldn't be difficult for me to get in. It's just kind of the situation.
You have to stay close to home.
Yeah, Mother kind of likes to keep me close.
I know what that's like.
Well, thank you for the goods. I hope I didn't get any on my robe. Oh dear.
Oh, I got it. And I cast prestidigitation to clear it off. It's
and the
okay.
jelly just like fit and onto the floor. I can clean that.
Yeah. Our other friend is a lot better. He does that all the time, but
He makes it fall onto the floor?
no, his just disappears,
It just
I think.
goes away.
Yeah.
I don't know where he sends it.
Oh my god, is there like a realm that all this garbage is being sent to?
Oh, the jelly realm, yeah.
Have you ever opened a door and you've seen jelly behind it?
They say once you open the door into the jelly realm, you are forever stuck in a land of strawberry pastries. And
Oh my god.
only when you're able to eat all the jelly can you return home.
Oh.
Such
What
is
if-
the great prophecies of the High Planetary. It's rubbish.
Oh. I was gonna say, what if that's what happened? I once opened a door and there was lava behind it. What if I got stuck there and I had to eat all the lava?
Wow, that would be less enjoyable.
It would hurt, probably.
Wait, did that happen? Oh, is this another one of those things?
Yeah, that was one of the ones that was not super fun.
Okay, because
I
mine's
have a
not.
thing with doors. Oh, yours is not.
No, mine's not real. No, I made that up.
Sounds. Well, hey, you never know. Maybe I'll make it real. Anything. I open a lot of doors and weird stuff happens. So, if you do ever want to cash in that favor, we could talk to your mom. Because again, maybe like we could give like a real reason that she can't say no to you or something that you'd have to leave.
Or we could kidnap you.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
That sounds
Yeah.
a
We
lot
don't
more
need-
exciting, honestly.
We don't need more targets on our backs.
I wouldn't know it's us. Like, who are we? We're no one. So.
No,
Apparently, we are
you're the
someone
seekers of Sicramund.
Did I tell you that? No, wait.
No,
that was in the
That's
in the
your
arena, right?
yeah, that's your arena name, right?
Yeah. Oh, I
Now,
guess
you
we
do
are getting a
realize
name.
That, 2,000 some odd people did see us fight and win.
Yeah, I guess I didn't really think about like the crowd so much in that one. I was more thinking about trying to win. And then I was just thinking about how I went down first and drowned my sorrow in dragon chess.
From the other side of the temple, you all hear, Naivara, your presence is required. And a lot of people, like, once again, just like look at the people yelling in the temple. And Naivara's like, well, I should go. Thank you
Who's
so
yelling
much.
at her?
It's the priest from earlier.
Oh, okay.
Well, if you want to show us around, I think we're here for a couple more days. Tomorrow afternoon, probably.
That'd be great.
I don't know
Yeah,
what your schedule is like, but
you can find me here. I do night classes, so you don't have to worry about me being at the school.
okay. Well,
Okay.
have a good rest of your day. Hopefully, it's not too crazy.
You two, and Buck speed with you. As she does this like grand like comic bow, and then takes off back towards the opposite end of the temple.
I try to do a similar bow, but my foot slips in the jelly. Nailed it.
Oh, Chekhov's jelly. There it is.
Check off.
I don't know if I like that one.
Chekhov's jelly.
What's not to like?
There's jelly on the
Jelly
ground.
is in
Someone's
the
gonna
scene.
slip
It
on
must
it.
be used.
You must.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. All right. We'll cut back to our other companions here. So the three of you have made your way over to the Artifice Alley district to meet up with Eckhart once again. So it takes you guys a little bit of a hike to get over there, but it's a lovely day. The city is bustling and busy, and you make your way to the district, and you find the warehouse once again available to you. Eckhart did say you needed to get your commissions in by today. So,
Like, run up to Eckhart's room.
I
Not
also
waiting any time.
as you guys barge into this guild hall, the guy at the front desk is like, excuse me, can I help you? You know where you're going? Okay, cool, that's fine.
I walk normally.
Can I help you at all? Can I feel useful at all?
Well, I'm with them, and you're very useful. Thank you.
He, like, ducks below the desk he's at, and you just hear soft sobbing from behind the counter.
There I go again, saving another life.
Just want to say, since Anthony left, should we get another cart for all the third wheeling Drac just did? I'm here all week, folks.
Boom-chi! Wow, boy, I'm glad he missed that.
Wow, what a different tone we've got going on here. So,
You go ahead.
hey, it's good. It's good. I love it. The three of you guys make your way into Eckhart's studio, where he's currently, like, welding a couple of pieces of metal together using some sort of, like, fire cantrip. And he lifts off his helmet and goes, "Hey, it's you guys. All right, hold on. Don't look at this. It'll burn your eyes out." All right, you're good. All right, hold on. And he takes this, like, big welder's helmet off and just clunks it on a table nearby. "So I heard that the fight went well.
It did.
And it sounds, I'm going to guess that you probably procured some funds that you're eager to spend."
You could say that.
You are a man of knowledge, my friend.
What can I say? Other than let's talk shop. Okay, so I analyzed your water, and it's... I can... it is authentic. I'm quite impressed with how you've procured this. As far as the cost of it, it's got minor magical properties, but it's not going to get you much, like probably around 18 gold pieces. It's kind of like an alchemical ingredient, more than like, yeah, well, but yeah, and I didn't destroy it, so here you go.
Oh, thanks. I was actually wondering if maybe it could be used for something. I have this armor, the one that I usually wear, and I put it down. It lets me swim underwater, but I can't breathe underwater. I was wondering if you could do something to enhance this so I could also breathe.
Could be doable, theoretically. Actually, and that water you got me there might be just the thing to help me do it. So, you see, there's this isn't the first time this kind of request has happened before. You know, there's people want, like, create, like, helmets, like a bubble of air to keep you from drowning. And the water we can probably infuse into the armor somehow to make it, kind of create a film.
Okay.
You know, if it's the most watery of water, it'll stop other water from coming in, like a membrane.
Yeah, I like this.
Okay, well, and I assume you're wanting to get your crossbow done up, what you were here for the first time. So, the crossbow bolts, the price is still the same, 75 piece per shot. Do you know how many shots you wanting to add?
5.
I want to add 5 shots.
Yeah.
All right, very good. So I believe that would be 475 gold pieces.
That would be 375.
Ah, my math is bad. Or I was trying to rip you off.
Well, I'll never know. But yeah, I hand him the gold.
375, you got it. Now, because you did get me the water needed to make the helmet, it's only going to be half the price it normally would be. That's going to be 500 gold pieces for the bubble.
Cool.
Very good. You must have made out pretty good.
I have 286 gold left.
Well, thank you for announcing that. Can I have some?
Well, we'll see how everything turns out.
Brilliant. Okay, so I can get the crossbow done within the day. The armor integration thing, you're probably looking at like 3 days.
Looks like we're in town for a while, folks.
All right.
Speaking of which, if you're willing to stay that long, you big guy, and he looks to Abe. So, you've posed me an interesting challenge, and I feel like I have gone above and beyond today. So, here's what I am proposing to you, sir. I have made my own doodle, and I will explain this drawing. So. So it is essentially the axe head removed and put onto this new thing. It's like a spherical boiler connected to a water reservoir via a tube. It's got like a few exhaust pipes out the back and like a grip near the handle that you could squeeze to cause water to shoot into the boiler. He explains that there's like a rune inside that flares up with fire that would cause it to boil immediately, and the exhaust pipes have these like gates, and once a certain pressure builds up, the steam will then blow out the back, causing your force of acceleration to be crazy, causing your swings to be stronger. And let me give you the breakdown of the actual mechanics of this. So you will need to attune to the weapon because there is a rune involved in it. It will still be a +1 weapon because we're taking the axe head, which is technically the magical part of your current weapon. As you're making an attack, you could choose to use one of the charges. So it's got a number of charges based on your proficiency bonus. Use one of the charges to increase the swing of your axe as you're making an attack roll. It'll cause the damage to become 2d8 or 2d10 if it's being used two-handed. But if you roll a 1, 2, or 3, you will miss the attack still, and also receive 1d6 fire damage as you become scalded by the steam escaping from the axe. There is a second possible action this axe would be able to do. You can use 2 of the charges to instead cause a buildup of steam to erupt in a cone of steam out the back. It would be essentially burning hands, but steam, and you would be forced back 10 feet, the opposite direction of the cone.
And is this a battle axe or a great axe?
It would still be a battle axe, because the head is still... We're using your glass... Your... blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
Right.
Your dragon glass warhead, or axe head. And the price on this, you're looking at about 800 gold pieces. Probably also take me about 3 days to make.
And there would be no way to extend the handle to make it more of a two-handed variant?
You want to make it longer? I mean, yeah, we can, absolutely. I will tell you that converting it to a great axe would require the head to be a bit bigger, which would turn it into not a +1 weapon, but we can make it a great axe.
Oof. I may have to think more on this.
Commissions are closing today. I'll tell you what, I've given you a lot of leniency, but come back by the end of today when you've made up your mind.
All right.
Okay, I'll tell you what, I'm a little weak in the knees. Oh gosh, I really want to make this thing. I'm going to level with you here. I just rolled a crit fail on Kim keeping his composure. So, you really want this thing to be a two-handed thing, right?
Ideally.
Okay, let's see if I can somehow... I hope you got your pocketbook, boy, because I think I'm coming up with a plan here. We can build on the axe head, kind of, so that the sharp part is still this head you originally had, but we will kind of artificially enlarge it. So it'll be a greater axe. A certain portion of it will be magical, thus keeping the magical qualities of Dragonglass, which I'm certain, have become accustomed to. But we're going to be adding another 100 gold pieces of material to this. Same amount of time. It won't take me too long to add that material, but it's getting that material.
Right.
And, of course, I would also extend the handle.
Right. Is there... What about 50 gold for the extra material?
Make a persuasion check.
$22.
You rapscallion. All right, I'll do it for 50 more.
Making the total 850?
853 days, we're going to be getting you an axe.
It will take me a while to count out the gold.
Oh, please. When, as far as money's concerned, I've got all the time in the world.
Abe starts placing individual coins on a bench nearby, counting them.
Brilliant. So, you guys pay your money. It takes Abe a while to count out the dough, but 850 goes on the table, and eventually, when that's built, Abe, I will get you a magical weapon, so you have all the details of that weapon. Is there anything more I can do for you, Mr. Gray?
Yes, I just bought this padlock here. I was wondering if you could infuse it with magic to make it a little harder to open. Maybe like I don't know. Maybe if it's like linked to me, maybe I'm like the only person that can open it sort of thing. I don't know.
That kind of thing is very specific and very tricky to do. What I can do for you is, let's see if he's got the knowledge to do it. This guy's an artificer. He knows what he's doing. So,
Attaboy.
Here's what I can do for you. It'll run you about 40 gold pieces, but what I can do for you is the tumblers inside the lock. That's how people break into locks. You know, they stick things inside of keyholes and they make the things go the way they should. I can enchant those tumblers so that they are random and that they will react to prevent thievery. In the mechanical sense, anybody attempting to pick a lock will have disadvantage on that particular lock.
Sounds good to me.
40 gold pieces, I'll have that done in a jiffy.
Done.
Well, tonight.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, fantastic.
Gideon coughs up. Hands it to him. There you go.
Thank you for the money, gentle folk. And, you, he points to Azaria. I'll see you tomorrow. You, Gideon, he points. I'll see you tonight. And you,
Yeah.
actually, both of you. He points to Abe and Azaria again. I'll see you in 3 days.
Sounds good.
Now, don't go dying on me. I want these
Well,
to
I've
get.
already paid you.
I want these to get used.
I have no plans on dying. Oh, the gun works great, by the way.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Well, give me the details. What happened when you shot it? Did it go right through a person? Because that's rough.
Well, it was in the arena fight, you see, and the thing was is that
so the wards are up. That's good.
yeah. So I was looking to shoot the champion of the arena, their leader.
Okay.
And he redirected it at Drac, and Drac he almost went down just from one shot. So.
Well, that's fantastic news. If you almost get a guy down in one shot, it sounds like a success story to me.
It was, yeah, absolutely. Mission success.
I mean, even if it is your friend,
that's right.
they did you a favor.
They did.
Testing
had
out
to
your
test it.
gear. That's
Had
right.
to test it.
I assume he's alive?
Yeah, he's alive.
Then you got nothing to worry about.
That's right. Nothing.
Not a thing. All right, gentlefolk, and he once again like takes you guys like behind the knee and like as if he were at shoulder level with you, like arms on the shoulders, like begins escorting you guys out of his warehouse through the small door. I'll see you all at various different times. Have a fantastic day.
Take care.
Just
Oh,
kind
sorry,
of while
it's-
they were talking, I guess, because I would have to leave my axe with him, right?
You would.
I would have just sort of held it and just sort of talking more to myself and to it, because they were making enough noise, hopefully, to cover me talking to myself.
Sure.
I would say to my axe,
Thank you for all the service you have given. You have defended me through major changes in my life, and you have helped me protect my friends. I ask now that you join me in another big change. I cannot ask your permission for what I have just signed you up for, but I hope that you will come out all the more powerful, and that together we can continue to accomplish great things.
Wonderful.
and then he throws us out.
And then you get escorted out. Stop talking to the thing and let's go. And I don't believe you used inspiration yet, but if you for some reason did, you can have inspiration.
When you gave the table inspiration, I got mine.
Very good. All right. So, you all got your business done. You've now meeting up at the Arkanette University as per your agreement. The day moves on, and it's roughly about like we're getting close to like 4 o'clock now. 45 minutes to your agreed upon time. Was there anything in between that anybody wanted to do?
I did think of something to get done, which was to have my spear silvered. Just in case.
Fair enough. All right. Well, you'll have to drop the spear off. You could probably pick it up later today. It will cost 100 gold pieces to do so.
100. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'll do it.
Did anybody else have any materials they wanted to buy? We'll say that unless there's anything specific anybody wanted to get done, we'll just say some shopping happened, and we'll get to the meeting time.
Just gonna buy some more bullets.
Okay. Go ahead and do so.
I don't remember the price of pistol bullets.
Pistols, I believe. Oh God. Yeah, I don't remember either.
Yeah. Friggin' critical roll, bro.
Bullets, 4 gold pieces. Or why doesn't it tell me how much? You can find that on D&D Beyond on your end. Was there anything else anybody else wanted to buy? All right. So as you all meet up at the Arkanette University after having gone shopping, met with various NPCs, commissioned magical items, we're going to take a quick break here, and then when we come back, sounds like we're going to be meeting with the Grand Arkanist Charity Cozybug.
Oh, yeah.
Boy.
Stress.
All right. We'll see you all in a few.
Okay, bye.
And hello again, everybody. Welcome back from break. We left off with the Seekers of Sickermund reconvening at the Arkanette University roughly an hour or so before their meeting time. So, is there anything in preparation of this hour that you guys want to do? What's your game plan?
I grill everyone before we go in. Okay, what are our talking points? What are the things we're trying to hit? Because, like, I don't know if we only have a certain amount of time with her, and I don't want to waste any of it. She really wants to talk to you, Gideon, so you're good. She doesn't know who I am, though, but I need to talk to her. And obviously, Rhea. So.
We'll start with what the letter was about. Let her address Gideon stuff. She wanted him there. And then see what she has time for.
Should we tell her about Kardrak?
I think so.
Just to continue our paper trail?
I think that was like going to be part of my calamity thing, was mentioning
Okay.
his group.
I will save my stuff for the end in case we don't have time for it, because obviously certain things feel like they're more important. But if I have the opportunity, I would like to ask her about time magic related things.
Sure.
All else
As
fails,
someone-
I'm going to get one of these students on the quad to cast slow on me. And will that answer my question? No, I don't know. Maybe.
I think if you explain to her, like, the exacts of what's happened with your family, like, it'd probably pique her interest as someone who studies magic.
Kind of what I was hoping. Just someone who
I
knows like
think-
the technical side of it a bit more.
I think that we should preface everything we tell her with the fact that she needs to be ready to hear some really strange things. Because I feel like everybody we've talked to has just not been prepared for what we're telling them. And as soon as we bring it up, they're like, what the hell are you talking about?
I'm hoping, someone who has lived as long and seen as much as she has will have an open mind.
Azari, you are aware that she's roughly 150 years old. So she's been through the desolation. She wasn't born at the beginning of it, but she was there for the Battle of Brilbar.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have much to bring up with her. Actually, I don't have anything to bring up with her. So I will just keep an eye and let you know if there's anything weird happening.
Right. Okay. Okay.
So you guys are kind of in like the central quad area right now, like in front of the main like administration building. There are students out in the quad just like practicing spells, incantations. There's like a pillar of fire you guys see that kind of like makes everyone jump, and this guy's just like, sorry, they're good, as they like quickly run over to a patch of grass and like stomp it out.
Oh my god, do I need to be studying here? That kind of stuff, it's just normal. Whoa.
I mean, do we have
You're
some
getting,
time
like,
to kill?
You're
Kill?
getting field research, hands-on experience.
Yeah.
True.
Just go talk to the students there. Show off some of your magic.
Nah.
Show
I
off a
just-
fireball casted on self.
Well, I can't control that. I just
Don't
think
do that.
if they're like, Gideon, do you think I want to do these things?
No.
Yeah, I just think, people who actually study here and kind of know what they're doing might just like have something to say about my kind of like more, shall we say, self-taught situation. So maybe after, if I need someone else. So.
I'm hearing is we have enough time for a dragon chess game.
That we do. And also, did we who won last night?
I don't know if anyone
who?
won.
I think all of us won
I think
together for
Robo-
the quality time we
I
spent.
think Grobo won,
Yeah,
actually.
Grobo
He got-
definitely won.
Yeah,
These
fuck
games,
whatever you
that
just said,
means-
Abe. Clearly, Grobo won.
Well, if Grobo won, then that means we all gotta cough up some gold for Elowen.
Better.
What was the deal?
Yeah, definitely.
How much?
Costs 5 gold.
Sure.
Yeah, I can add 5 gold to what I already owe her.
I would drop 9 just because I'm at 99 and I want it to be an even number.
I heard you say nothing, and I was like, oh, I dropped nothing.
Okay.
I'll drop in 20.
Yeah, let me know how much money you're at. I can add this to her character sheet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
So do you want to add the
The
15 from
15?
before,
Yeah.
and then another 5 from me?
20,
5 for me.
25,
5 for me.
30,
20
9
from
from-
Gideon.
39, 59?
Yep.
Easy math. Great. Dragon chess that Element was never a part of was the most lucrative thing that's happened in a little while, aside from the Proelium fight. She is about 2/3 of the way for paying for that armor.
Pretty good, honestly.
All right. So, are you guys playing another round of Dragon Chess? Is that what's happening? I'm assuming you're walking to the Archmage Tower.
Yeah, I think
think
Oh, I
that's
thought we
twice,
were already
yes.
there. Sorry.
My apologies.
we were in the
You were
quad,
set up
I
in
think.
front of the administration building near the quad.
Yeah,
very
I'll
well.
start walking towards the tower, and
Yeah.
kind of once we're close to 6, head on in.
Fantastic. So yeah, it's
Before we go
that's-
in, I'm going to cast Enhance Ability on Azaria and give them, I believe it's Eagle's Splendor?
the wisdom
Yes.
one.
No. You have advantage on Charisma checks, Azaria,
Nice.
just in case Charity needs convincing.
And I'll use the time. It's like a minute or so before we. I guess it's. No, I'll just do it for Drac, because he's kind of our best at gauging things. Just like little pointers on like mannerisms I've like, from the times I've interacted with her and stuff, to give him expertise and insight for the next hour.
Great. So you
No,
have
for an hour. It's only for one roll.
Okay.
But
Cool.
used within the hour.
Yeah, used within the hour.
And do I get to choose when I use it, or do I have? Is it just the next roll?
I think it's within the next hour. Oh, yeah, once within. No, just says once within. So I think you can choose. You just might, if it never comes up again, you might lose it.
Okay. Cool. Sounds good.
And reminder for Drax got the cloud, so you have advantage on.
Cloud
You have
Deception.
advantage deception.
and sleight of hand.
Yes. Gideon has
Insight.
stone with insight, and Nell has storm with advantage on arcana. Very good. All
Can
right.
I enter this fugue state of like seeing the future in a conversation, or is this really like a
The
combat
ability
situation?
alters attack rolls.
It says ability check.
Oh, okay. Matt said attack roll, so if you've got it in front of you, brilliant.
Oh, when a creature within makes an attack roll, a saving throw, or an ability check, I can use my reaction to cause the roll to have advantage or disadvantage.
Yeah, absolutely. You can.
That could be useful.
Yep.
Okay.
Superb.
Only for 1 minute though, so I guess I would have to do it
You'd have to-
inside.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Alright,
like
we'll see if it feels like that's something I want to do, because I feel like it would be really obvious. Beep! It's actually on my sword too, so just 1 second. Just gonna
smile.
hold my phone up.
Get really aggressive.
Answer my questions. Thanks.
Oh yeah, and
Fantastic.
then for magic items, the person said like don't bring any, right?
Don't bring many. They kind of minimize. I would say that I've left everything apart from like my money, my leather, armor that I'm wearing, and my rapier back at the end because I don't really need it. Because I have my book. Don't go anywhere without my book.
I have left every magic item of mine at the apartment. Pistol, goggles, and glove.
Penny, is my armor magical? No, right? It's just well made.
It's
It's mithril.
it's mostly the material that gives it its quality, so you're fine.
So it would just be my amulet then,
Yeah.
and the bag. But you said the bag holding seemed like it would be okay, right, Logan?
I was like, I assume they'd probably just let us leave it with their assistant, worst case.
Okay, so I still have it, but I'll potentially leave it with them if need be.
Yep.
All I have is the gem of brightness.
I have my pearl of power and the ring that Boz gave me, and I think I would leave the ring in the inn.
You guys can like leave anything in the bag as well if you want.
True.
I
Actually-
used that new lock that Buddy gave me. Oh no, I don't have. the
You'll
lock yet.
pick that up later tonight.
I don't know. No, it's just in
Yeah,
my
good, yeah.
room lockbox then.
I'm just
which
gonna
I
put-
assume has a lock on it, but
The pearl and the ring into the bag of holding.
Very good. Abe, are you keeping the gem of brightness with you?
I mean, I guess it's just a torch. Like, is that gonna get claimed by customs?
You could blind her. You could blind her with that. So
All right, I'll
Get
put it in
down!
the
He's got a
bag.
light source.
he's got a flashlight.
So I'm leaving the mayo jug. Don't want to just mayo all in the room. Just be unpleasant for everyone.
Well,
Could be quite festive.
hey, Logan, could you do me a favor and never say that again?
It's like-
Mayo all over the room.
room.
Would love to not hear that again.
A box full of mayo.
with you all having gotten your magic item situation sorted out, you make your way to the Archmage's Tower, and there's that similar feeling of the last time you guys walked this pathway behind the administrative building with these seemingly out of place forests in the middle of this city, and just the dampening of sound, the din of the city just fades away as you guys are walking through the forest towards this strangely shaped tower. And entering in through the front door, it's the same building, you know. It's kind of dark in dark interior, and the front desk, there's a goblin sitting there. This time I was awake. I have been informed that you have a meeting this evening.
Yes.
Very good. They pick up a stone from the top of their desk. They've came to the South Tower. So, yes. Very good. All right. I'm sure you've been notified to limit the amount of magical items on your persons. If any of you has anything such as a bag of holding, we would ask that you would leave that at the desk here, as that could cause issues with the tower.
For sure, yeah. I hand it over to him.
And of course, anything that involves like spaces that have bigger sizes within them or puts things in different planes of existence, please also do not take those up into the tower. I'm assuming by the lack of jumping that you either don't know you possess such a thing or you do not possess such other things.
No extra dimensional spaces on me.
Hopefully the first one.
Fantastic. So, you're going to, and they kind of gesture to the spiraling staircase that's heading up around the corner. So it's like a column through the middle. So like once you start going up the stairs, you'll only see the walls right beside you. Once you proceed up the stairs, you'll come to a door, enter through the door. The stairs will continue. You'll find yourself in the waiting room. Just wait in there until the door appears, at which point Charity will summon you in. On your way out, take note of what door you came through, because when you go down, you'll notice that there are two. You could choose to exit into this Archmage Tower, or the north one if that would suit you better. Any items you've left down here with me are easily transferable to the assistant in the other tower.
Oh.
Oh, that's very handy.
So cool.
And this, yeah, and they hold up that bag, would be very disastrous for the whole situation, so... But whenever you're ready, you can head on up the stairs and wait in the waiting room.
Well, thank you.
Head on up.
Drac will bound up the stairs. Exercise.
Skipping steps, Drac races up the stairs. The tower is like a sandstone construction, you know, so there's a bit of a lightness to the stone, but there aren't a lot of light sources in here. Just a few candles recessed into the stairwell every once in a while that just kind of give off some dim light. Drac, as you're the one racing up the stairs, you're the one that gets to a wooden door with iron reinforcements. You step through the door and taking a step into the stairwell, it's like you're in a bit of a wider portion of stairwell at this point, and you look back to the door, but there's also a second door like to the left of it.
That's weird.
It looks like there's two different staircases you could go down by going through one of these doors. The rest of you, I assume, keep going up. Making your way up the stairs, it's getting a fair bit colder. There's almost a constant hum in the air. You can feel it vibrating through you to your bones. Even Abe, through your shell, it's just humming through your entire being. And eventually, you guys come to an open portal that leads into a circular room. Though it looks like there's like some sort of like film across the opening. As you put your finger through, it's water. That's what it is, not a film.
Walk through?
Step on through. And the rest of you come through. And as you walk through that like almost cascading light waterfall, you're immediately dried off as you pass through it. Any magic items on your person illuminate. And you come into a space that is a circular room, and the walls are shimmering. Like this similar film. No, it's water running down these walls and into a thin pool that traces the circular room. And there are bits of starlight kind of shining through and causing the water to glitter. And in the center of the room, in a circular pool, there's just a constant stream waterfall that is giving off a light blue glow and illuminating the room entirely. It is a very peaceful place, this waiting room. And if you had a lot to drink beforehand, maybe it would be a little disconcerting. But there are stone chairs set up the whole way around this circle. But there's no other door in this room. Only the one you came through.
So I'll sit down and wait.
You guys take a seat. And as I'd mentioned when Drac passed through, if you have any magical items on your person, they are now like, there's a faint blue aura that glows around them.
I just look, like I examine myself to make sure that I don't have any sources of magic that I didn't know about. You never know.
No, only the ones that you knew were on your person.
Great.
You kept the amulet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the amulet glows.
Are the bracers considered magical?
No, similar to how Nell's armor works, it's the material.
Okay, cool.
Though in the D&D meta sense, I consider it a magical item, but it's not technically magical. It's a natural material. You guys sit down and a couple of minutes go by. Is anybody doing anything?
Gideon is very nervously, his like left leg is just jumping up and down repeatedly.
I was going to say the same thing.
That Gideon's left leg was jumping up and down.
Yeah. I feel confident enough to make character choices for all of you, so. No, I'm writing out in my book, like, my pertinent questions that I have to ask if it gets to that point. But yeah, like I'm like shaking like my pen a lot. I'm just really nervous.
I'll slide up next to Nell and just look over her shoulder what she's writing. Those are some good questions.
I guess we'll see. I don't know.
Don't worry, my friend. It will be okay.
But I mean, again, mine will come after. Obviously, she's gonna want to talk to Gideon first, and Gideon, you'll get some answers too, I hope.
Oh.
And a few more minutes go by, and on the side of the wall opposite of where you guys came in, suddenly the stone behind this thin layer of water that's falling is disturbed as it kind of moves outward as if it itself were a door. And behind that stone section that moved, a wooden door. And it then creaks open inward into another stone room. And you hear a voice beyond the thin layer of water. Yes, you may come in.
Lead the way in.
I follow.
Stepping through this water once again and into the next room, the magical items that were glowing as they pass through that water again are now, it's off. Like the glow is gone. And you step into yet another circular room, which is incredibly tall, but tall in the sense that there is no top. Stone walls reach up into blackness, and points of light, stars, constellations, make up the ceiling instead. In front of you, there is a C-shaped table, this table that kind of arcs around a central seat. Atop of it, there are papers, there are notes, there are ingredients, alchemic type stuff, wands. It's kind of a little bit of a mess, a little bit of a eccentric, she must be. And behind the desk, there are two windows that allow natural light to flow in. Through one of these tall windows, you see the cityscape of Robar. Through the second of these windows, you see the cityscape of Robar, but from the North District. And seated in the chair behind this curved desk, a small woman, quite petite in her physique, with a pixie-style cut hair that is like black-blue in coloration, and she wears this robe that mirrors the kind of ceiling of this place. It is blue-purple gradients with these stars dotted across it. And she has a kind face. It's been a long time, Didact.
It's been a long time. How have you been?
I'm wonderful, thank you. Please. And as she waves a hand, a bench slides into the middle of the room and a couple of chairs. Have yourselves a seat.
Sit down.
Mm-hmm.
So, about what was in my letter.
Well, that was quick. Right to business. How are you doing?
Sorry, I felt like you're a busy individual.
Nothing that friendly greetings never make time for.
I'm doing well. I've met some great friends in my travels.
And she looks at each of you as Azaria kind of mentions these great friends.
Alwyn would follow, is also traveling with us. Unfortunately, couldn't make it.
The philosopher?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, we've been friends for years in the Wilder and stuff, and she's the one who actually got me traveling. But how about yourself? What have you been up to in all these years?
Well, as you're well aware, we've kind of established this institution. Thank you for being a part of that process. I mean, I keep very busy. Always research to be done, and after we helped the Ascendancy get its legs, thankfully that I was able to let that leadership branch go, and now occasionally I'll offer some assistance guidance to the learned, but otherwise I spend most of my time focusing on research here, running the Arkanette. It is a full-time job, as it were.
Can only imagine.
And it is so wonderful to meet all of you. Which of you is Gideon Gray?
Right here.
And she comes out from behind the desk and walks to you. She is like 3 feet tall, like she is shorter than Elowin. And she stares intently at you. Your name is familiar.
I think I had a dream about this, and feel free to remember things, but you came to Balesville because I have a soul scar on my chest, and you examined it.
You have a soul scar?
Yes, it is genuine.
Mind if... I do apologize, this is probably a little informal. Do you mind if I take a look?
Please. Gideon unbuttons the top half of his shirt and shows it.
And she leans in and like examines your opalescent birthmark. That is fascinating. I'm sorry, did you say I've looked at this before?
I think so. I had a dream it felt like a memory. It felt like this had happened. I was very young. I was I think I was 7 or something. It was a long time ago.
I apologize, Gideon. We can continue discussing this in a bit. I feel like this probably isn't the first bit of business we should be getting to, but my curious was piqued. We'll come back to this in a moment.
Okay.
Thank you, Gideon.
Of course.
And the rest of you, I'm Charity Cozybug, the Grand Arkanist of the Arkanette Institute. And who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
My name is Nell Amara. I'm one of the paladins of Fyra from Varmhall Village. I'm also a research assistant for Azaria as well.
This isn't the first time you've had followers of Fyra as your assistants, have you, Azaria?
They've helped around in town.
I suppose not assistants,
Yeah.
but you've had their assistants.
Yes. Yeah, they've always helped, guide my path in the right direction, and Nell has always been that for me now.
A bright light.
Very much so. And a bright mind.
Well, I can see that in her eyes. And she turns to Drac. And you, where do you come from? You are... The metallic dragonborn are very rare.
Yes, I've experienced some interest in my skills recently. I'm Dracul Vierdrish Harok of the Aratissima Lacta from Darokarth. In the Ringsar Peaks.
Oh, and here I was thinking you might have come from a different continent. Wow, you are very close to home. Well, A walk.
Does not feel that way.
Within the Rinzar Peaks. Fascinating. There must be... There are theories on how these sort of things come about. Like a magical mutation, so to say. Dragonborn who reside near Ley Lakes. I don't know if you're familiar with magical theory, but...
That is more Zarya and Eloin's department, but...
there isn't enough conclusive evidence to prove that this is true, but it might be interest of you to know that a theory of metallic dragon scales is that they are raised close by Ley Lakes, which are incredible hubs of magic. So it's like magic itself is imbued within you. Are you a magical practitioner?
I am, but my magic comes from my faith. Not from a lake, at least. I don't believe my god is a lake.
Well, don't let me tell you otherwise. I thought it was interesting. I thought I might share that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And thank you for sharing yourself here today. And you. She turns to Abe. Who are you?
I am Abe. I was an Argon folk at the Battle of Bulbar. I died there, and more or less came back to life about 2 months ago.
I believe Shandier Merrimus has told me of you. What a fascinating experience. I'm sorry for your loss and welcome back.
Thank you. It has been a peculiar time.
Indeed. Was your name, was that something that came back to you?
Gideon actually named me, but I had an axe that had been forged by the Diarch Arturos, and his stamp, the A, I think sparked Gideon to give me this name.
Well, that is, it's a good name. The Diarch Arturos was a friend of mine, a good friend of mine. Hopefully that weapon inspired much bravery within you.
Bravery and foolishness in equal measure, I'm sure.
That sounds about right. It is nice to meet you, Abe.
You as well.
And she goes back to her desk and just kind of leans on it a bit more casually, like hands behind her back, like it's a short desk. All right. So I've gone a little out of order here. Didac Sophronis, you're the one who's made this appointment. Please lead with whatever you'd like to discuss first.
I guess there's quite a lot to discuss. So part of what led me to leave Starcross was we came in contact with a druid.
That is wonderful.
Yeah. One of the only ones I've run into on the material plane until recently. But he told us that we had to go and find the other archdruids. Kind of 4 druidic temples, one for each of the druidic gods. And that they were supposed to, with the help of my mother, stop some big calamity. We weren't really sure. Some darkness is what I think he had told us back then. So we headed off to the smoky gulf. And in there we did find a druidic enclave, but it had been like corrupted by this like black oozy thing that had kind of like become a parasite on it. And we got into the center of it. We took care of that and awoke the archdruid there. In terms of information of the druids, it seems like, assuming the other enclaves did the same as the water elves and the tritons did, they mostly fled back to like their respective elemental planes. So a bunch of those druids are in the plane of water. The archdruid told us that something was coming. We know once stars started to disappear in the sky. I don't know if you've noticed anything strange in the constellations or anything like that recently.
She looks up to the ceiling with a bit of a concerned look on her face. No, I've seen no such transpirings. Not yet, anyway.
Good. They said that once we start to see one or two stars disappear, this darkness, this void as they called it, would be like coming. From the little bits I'm able to piece, I think it's kind of like the source of void energy. That like theory people have of if there's, positive energy, there's kind of the opposite of it. It's destructive energy. And it seems like that's true. It seems like there might even be creatures comprised of that energy.
Well, if this does bring up some things I've heard a long time ago. I mean, it makes sense. It's in a lot of magical study. There is often balance in most everything. With life, there is death. With creation, there is destruction. With magic, there is this void. I suppose that would make sense. Where magic can create and manipulate, I guess this void would be to annihilate and cease. And I do believe I've read in a lot of, well, not a lot of, but there have been studies of, monsters, things evil wizards have conjured up that are often touched with this opposite of magic, and their mere presence causes corruption within the world. Which is why a big favor is done by, D&D Solutions and Monster Hunters and such, is ridding such beings limits the spread of such corruption. It sounds like what you might be preventing, this source of void, you might be hitting it on the nose, which is terrifying. So what support do you need from me?
I look to the rest of the group. It's like, I'm not even fully sure. We just, we didn't know who to go to with this information. Also, like, right now we know where the other druid enclaves are. Or at least roughly. Because we don't have exacts, but I know the one is in the Rinzar Peaks, And the other is in, as I scroll through my notes,
Wolfgang.
Wildegan Wetlands. I was like, gotta go back to session 5.
All right.
I don't know if you might know of any particular places in there of magical importance. Our thought is with the Rinzar Peaks, we found this like divining bowl in the water enclave. And it was able to see a sight of the peaks with these lights shimmering in the night sky, but it felt like we might be at the highest point, so that's all we're going on with that.
I mean, I don't know too much of the Rinzar Peaks. There was an old story that was passed about that particular area, because it is a constant source of blizzards, as she gestures to Drac. I'm sure you are quite familiar with. There was a story I'd once heard about how that area came to be like that, though I believe it's more of like a ley lake situation, magical effects kind of gather around. But I mean, I don't want to waste your time if
Do you know if
You've
there's
been
any...
told to listen to stories
Mhm.
anywhere we can find them.
They've
So
helped.
please.
Well, all right then. So, this is a bit abridged because I'm not a fantastic storyteller. I'm an academic. I speak in math, so to say. But the basic gist of this story was there, within those peaks, it had once been a place where a great commander of some army resided in a castle. It was like one of the best places that he could have built, just because of all the mountains. It was so well defended. And there he raised his family. He had a wife, he had children, and he had many a servant to help dote about the castle. The story goes that eventually war did break out, and this general, and a few of his children who had grown up and became proficient in the same kind of profession that he is in, they all went off to war. The wife had passed away quite some time beforehand, but the general had been kind of mingling with the help, so to say, and he didn't want his progeny to find out about this, that they wouldn't understand the need to move on and such, so their affair was a secret. And some tales suggest that he himself felt like he was betraying his previous love. So almost to escape that spirit of guilt, he had a secret room built within the castle where he and this maid would hide their love. And he went off to war, and the maid waited in that room for him to return. The general told another of the help, whom was fully aware of the situation, to make sure she was fed and she was taken care of. But while he was away, that maid that was supposed to bring her food passed away from illness. And time passed, and that general returned from war. He lost one of his children. I don't think that's incredibly pertinent to the story, but I don't know why that detail stuck with me. But he returned and asked where this particular maid, who was supposed to be feeding his mistress. And when he found out that she'd passed away, he was in panic. And he went to that secret chamber. And when he opened the door, the castle went dark. And the anguished specter of that mistress came forth as just a vicious, cold entity, scorned by waiting for him, claiming he forgot about her and let her die. She froze the castle and ripped it from its foundation and placed it above the mountain range so he could never again leave for war. And now the land beneath is a vicious blizzard of her wrath. So, that's the story. Hopefully it does help if you were told to listen to stories. That should, hopefully I didn't bore you all.
No, you just made me very sad.
It is a sad
No.
story.
Has been like writing furiously, but trying to be like subtle about it. Like, not at all boring. No way.
No, that was quite informative.
We've heard of lakes before, haven't we?
Yeah.
Is this a connection we've already made, or no? There might be one in the Rinzar Peaks.
There is one.
Yeah, there is one in the
There is
Rinzar
one.
Peaks.
Okay.
Is there one in the Smoky Gulf?
I do believe that would be a cause of the constant fog out there.
And I wonder, is there one in the
One-
Wildigan wetlands?
Wilde
know-
Glen. There's an L in there.
Wildigan Glen.
Second L, I should say.
Is there a connection then between the Ley Lakes and the Druidic people, or is it just like a coincidence?
Or there must be.
And you said you found the previous Druid enclave within the Smoky Gulf, correct?
We did.
That's right.
Maybe these enclaves are set up in places that they have found out to be places of pooled magical energies. I mean, it would kind of make sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Magical
A natural-
beings drawn towards magical places.
Mm-hmm. And then I don't know if this is at all related, and maybe after this Gideon can talk a bit. But we've run into a group that called the Midnight Sun that seemed to be up to something. I don't know if it's related to this at all, but it just, that name Midnight Sun kind of sounded like something that would happen when the sky goes completely, empty of stars. But the thing that's been most peculiar is that they're led by Kardrak Mithralcoat, who, from my understanding, should be dead at this point. Dwarves don't live that long.
I should be dead.
Well, the
Just
dead
her
are
reaction
walking
to
then.
this. I'm just like daggers. I'm reading her like a book.
Are you... What proof do you have that it's Kardrak?
I saw him.
You saw him.
Yeah, we were in Balesville. This is why I feel it starts to get related to Gideon. And we were looking into... we got like this flyer about overthrowing the Ascendancy or something. And so we were like, this seems suspicious. So we snuck in to one of their meetings. Or I did, specifically. It didn't go very well. Seems like it's mostly a human and dwarf-led organization. But he stood there. Old, very old, but still alive. Talking about how the Ascendancy is doing nothing for, the common people, and, spouting his nonsense of rebellion and revolution and overthrowing it.
We still have that letter.
Do.
Yeah, I pull it
No?
out from my journal and I pass it over. Obviously, this could just be someone trying to make it seem like it's him, so it's not concrete proof, but we found this on a body of a group that attacked at one of the construction sites of the railroad. And I pass it over to her.
She gives a look. It's certainly his handwriting. And do you know what became of Flavius? The individual that this letter was written for?
He's dead.
We killed him.
We were defending the workers of the railroad,
I d-
along with the Arturian Knights.
Right, okay, that makes sense.
I do have this, though, and I pull out the copper mask that was his, I believe.
She takes the mask from you. Yes, he'll... That does make a lot of this very difficult to navigate. If he's the one at the root of all this unrest, it's not so easy to just directly confront him, with... I'm sure... Are you aware of who Kardrak Mithracote is? I mean, aside from, your interactions with him?
A hero?
That's right. Or he was. Or he became whoever the hell he is now. Whoever he is now is selfish. And a lot of people are going to be fooled by him.
Yeah.
This information we just presented you, is this new to you? Or have you known that there's something going on with him?
This is new. Gideon,
Seems
go
to
ahead
be
and make an insight
accepting
check.
this. Can I also
Sure.
make an insight check here? Because she seems to be accepting this very easily, and it feels a little weird,
18.
Okay, 18 Gideon.
And I have expertise. I rolled... Wait, what's my proficiency bonus right now?
Should be
Plus
3.
3.
It is a 3, so 28.
Oh my god!
Gideon,
Thanks,
what you
Cesaria.
get is that Charity is telling the truth. This is all new information to her. Drac, what you get in addition to that is that within the core of her being, she's been this kind face, this very agreeable. She is vibrating with anger within. Like, to hear this name brings up terrible emotions. She's keeping it together.
I'm sorry if this is hard for you to hear. A bunch of strangers coming into your office and telling you that someone very important is doing something very bad.
Well, I mean, I have the barrier, thankfully, of, your meeting suggesting that there is calamity, and indeed there is. Yes, this will be, and you said Balesville, right?
Balesville.
Mm.
I'm gonna ask you a lot more about it soon. So
We also kind of ran into him in Valum Bridge.
What was he doing in Valenbridge?
Well, it was an illusion, but he was just like kind of causing unrest. I'm sure Marimus, if he told you about Abe, probably told you about why he ran into Abe. Was because Abe had gotten a diamond to resurrect me, because Kardrak's like gangs, one person, an assassin, killed me. We snuck into that, helping the town's guards out, to try and just see what was going on. Seemed like it was just get 3 gangs into the city to cause unrest to show the ascendancy isn't capable of protecting the citizens, but...
If I may, there was another element as well. Part of it was like a bidding for the contract for this. All the gangs were competing. They had access to Arkanette, enough so that they're happy to use it in like a simulation, essentially. I don't know.
I hate to say it, but I'm less surprised by that.
Is this common? I thought.
No. But the last I saw Kardrak Mithrilcote was when before the Battle of Brilbar, we had set up civilization underground. And for a long time, myself, Kardrak, and a cycle of different other leaders who were less long-lived than us, we were the leadership of this civilization. Unfortunately, when it comes to voting on issues and such, the other two, Kardrak and, at the time it was a man named Bylin Tuskmane, they would often, win in votes of 2 out of 3. But when the Starborn were created, that was enough momentum, in addition to other things that were going on at the time, to begin mobilizing, to begin the Battle of Brilbar. And we took most of the settlement with us to the surface. The last I saw of Kardrak Mithrilcote, he was walling up that settlement, and I hoped he'd made it his crypt. But it was within that crypt that the Starborn were born, including a large portion of Argan Volutium. I do not know how much he has at his disposal, as a lot of it was gone into the making of the Argan folk. But it isn't impossible to think that not all of it was used.
If I may, Charity, I don't know your title. I'm sorry.
It's fine. Charity is fine.
When Azaria spoke of the void before and the creatures, how some wizards could conjure them, there have been sightings of strange bugs rampaging across Meadow's Basket and grabbing Starborn and taking them north. Do you think perhaps Kardrak conjured such beings and is using them to bring the Starborn back to this settlement?
Well, that actually brings up another confusing piece of this puzzle. Because you said when you saw him in Valenbridge, he was an illusion, right?
I tried to attack him and nothing.
The Kardrak I knew isn't a wizard. He was a paladin. And even then, I think he had his power stripped from him. So how has he become so versed in magic that he's able to be illusions in places he's not, and also be summoning bugs?
Maybe he's tapped into this void energy somehow.
Maybe.
I also have, and I'll pull out, I don't know anyone else who can look into these bugs, but I have, we scraped off, was it water that had made them, their plating just like
malleable.
Kind of like malleable, so I'd scraped off and put some into a vial. I'll hand her the vial.
Just to go along with that, I gave her a couple of like the anatomical drawings that I did after that fight, as well. of the bugs, just so like see what they look like. But also in Vallum Bridge, he was working with that assassin, like Azaria mentioned, and she has access to powerful magic, so she could have been casting that illusion potentially. Just to make things more confusing, she's part of this group of something. What was it, Drac?
The Shade Hand.
She's been pursuing us. She attacked us just outside of Rollbar a couple nights ago.
Azaria, you keep good company to keep you safe.
Yeah, sometimes I feel being a teacher would have been safer, but...
You have gone far above your pay grade. You should never have had to do any of that.
We can talk about a raise after this is done.
I suppose I did walk into that one.
No, I'm glad to be here working on whatever this is.
What sounds like what you're doing is actually very important. Like
a heavy weight to for all of us to carry, but
I am so sorry to the lot of you. You're going to be
Don't worry.
very important.
It gets a lot worse. Sorry.
Well, let's get it over with then.
So, I'm from Balesville. I'm sure you've heard of the event that took place there.
I am.
Where were you on that day?
Where was I? I was here. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Do you know of somebody named Elia Hume?
Make an insight check, Gideon.
Okay. 20!
The moment you say the name Elia Hume, it's like a spark of recognition. It feels familiar. Who is it? Somebody? Was it a family member of yours?
No. I figured you would know. She was a didact of Balesville.
She goes around her desk and pulls out a book and starts flipping through pages.
She was teaching me magic there. You were the person who set me up to be taught by her, I think, when you inspected my mark. If I'm piecing these memories together right. See, the thing is, the reason why I asked you where you were on that day is because everybody who was in Balesville that day doesn't remember what happened that day properly.
The book she's looking at, she swivels it around to face you and points at a spot. It's just like charts of like didacts and locations, and it says Didact, Balesville, and the name is just like viciously scrawled out.
Has somebody else been in this office?
The event is an immense anomaly, Gideon. I believe you're telling me the truth that we have met before. I don't remember you. I don't remember this Elia you're referencing.
Okay, if that's the case, maybe somebody or something is changing your memory, because if anybody would know Elia, it would be you.
I think you are correct in that. When I began to realize that I think some mental tampering had been occurring, I had brought a cleric in to... There are magics to ease a mind back into its original state. The day they tried that on me, I thought I was going to die. So something is wrong in connection to that event. Something has taken specific memories, has warped them, and has a tight grip on ensuring that people can't remember things in relation to this thing. And also, if you try to fix it, it might be fatal. But you're getting memories back.
Slowly, it's through dreams. It's random, seemingly.
Do you happen to know who Elia Hume was? Like, were you said they trained you?
They were training me. I was enrolled as a student for about a year, and then I guess I was pulled out. I don't know why. Maybe my parents. But yeah, she was a didact in Balesville. She taught me, well, to use this, the soul scar. I have some tricks I can do with it, but nothing too extravagant, because again, I wasn't training too long. I don't know. I have a theory though of who she is now, because I think she's still alive. She goes by a different name now. She's actually a bounty hunter now. She goes by the name Patience. She's difficult to track. Do you have any means of locating people?
I remember something now. She tried to talk to me. She tried to tell me who she was. I didn't know who she was. That was years ago.
How many?
Roughly 9 or 10.
9 years. 9 years, that's the event. That's when that happened.
Whoever she is, she must have been important to me. And that causes me quite a bit of grief.
You should reach out. If there's any way to solve what's going on there, we gotta find out the truth. Because everyone there is living a lie and is just pretending like the event didn't happen. Something happened.
Kardrak is probably capitalizing on whatever grief is being sown in Balesville.
That's correct. And a lot of good people are believing the shit that he is spewing, including my family. So can you please reach out?
I'm so sorry, Gideon. I will try, but I'll let you know if I can find her.
All right.
Could send her a message right now if you want.
Could you?
I could. I've met Patience, if they are indeed the same person.
If you are willing to do that, that would be greatly appreciated.
Can that be done from wherever we are?
It should still be fine. What kind of magic is it that you're using?
It's, I think, typically referred to as descending spell.
Alright then, it should be able to work between planes, so...
We're in a different plane, that's exciting.
That is
not
really
quite.
neat.
No? It's more a demi-plane, it really isn't that impressive.
I'm impressed.
I am too.
Anyways, what should I say? Should I mention you? And you, Gideon?
Please. Well,
Should I just say that the High Arkanist would like to speak? That seems like it would bear some weight.
yeah, let's say, the High Arkanist Charity Cozybug would like to speak to you. Gideon Gray would also like to speak to you. I don't know. There's so much to talk about. 25 words, Drac. God, this spell.
I will figure it out. Okay, here we go.
Mention that we're in Pearl Bar, because otherwise she won't know where to go.
It's a good idea.
Okay.
Yes.
And I cast a spell. And I say, hello, patience. The High Arkanist, Charity Cozybug, and Gideon Gray would like to speak. We are in Brobar. It's important. I think that's all I got.
Before, when you had sent a message to Runa on behalf of Nell, it was that sensation of you cast the message out into sea as if it were a message in a bottle. This time around, it's like you were making a telephone call and the line is cut. As if there is no way to reach the number you have dialed.
It didn't work.
Wait, hang on.
She might not want to be found. She might not want to be communicated with.
What if you use the name Eliahum instead?
I don't think it'll work.
Why not?
It's the same person. She must have something on her that prevents this.
If she was a didact close to me, she would know how to kind of counter magic. So if she wants to be hidden, she will be hidden. But on another note, it is nice to know that somebody close to me is alive. So thank you for that service. I might have hurt her greatly the day she came back and tried to tell me who she was. There's a lot of weird things going on with Balesville. I expect that it's probably going to be very dangerous to be there. I can't tell you what to do or how to operate, but extreme caution if you return to Balesville. As far as I'm aware, there are a good number of Arturian knights in Balesville, so they try to keep the peace, but who knows if that will hold. If I could see this trajectory going very poorly. Very volatile, despite their best efforts.
Well, there's something, the group that Kardrak is running or whatever, there's like a phrase, it's almost like an activation. I guess it's not like that, but it seems like it's meaningful to the people there. May the midnight sun rise. I don't know. It's at the same level of taboo, it seems there to say.
That was part of the prayer at the settlement. He was in charge of worship within the settlement, and when no gods seemed to speak to any clerics, there was a giant floating crystal that floated above an ancient city. So, to try and bolster the spirits, he had He made a god.
Did he have a deep dislike of the Starborn because they broke his god?
He very well could. I mean, as kind of the religious figure of that settlement, there's at least a kind of poetic connection there, I suppose. Symbolic. And if he's trying to be a charismatic leader, and if other people feel the same way, that's deeply troubling.
Did he kind of use this religion? Well, I mean, he's using the religion right now to control people, but did he use the religion to control people back then? Did he rule with his religion?
Yes, in a way.
Okay. Alright. That might be crazy. But, Argon folk are disappearing, right?
Not just
Starborn.
not just
Starborn in
Argon
general.
folk, all Starborn.
I have a quick tangent about that as well. We'll get there. If all the Starborn are disappearing, Kardrak, maybe the Midnight. I don't know. If Kardrak's trying to remake the Midnight Sun to rebuild a god, maybe to gain power. I don't know. I'm just shooting in the dark here. But, anyways, my tangent was: do I qualify as a Starborn if I have this?
I don't know how to answer that.
Okay.
It does make you exceptionally special, because only the Starborn have those. Maybe you are.
Great.
Were either of your parents ASMR or Tiefling?
Not that I know of.
Truly fascinating, Gideon. I would be incredibly careful.
Hold the f-
Because with religious fanatics like that, who knows? Maybe they will decide that such a case as yours counts, if they're the ones stealing Starborn.
Well, my parents both know about the mark, so... And they didn't sell me out when I visited them. So that's... good? I guess? Because they could
They
have.
did
I fainted
know
in
of-
front of their doorstep. I thought
That's
they were
true.
dead for years.
That could have just been more event trickery.
Or
There's no way
maybe
to know for sure.
their love for you still outweighs whatever weird cult they're in.
Maybe.
Be skeptical. Keep your head about you. Keep your wits about you. But don't lose yourself.
Right.
Pretty good about keeping each other in check in that regard.
Yeah.
Is there anything more on this topic that we need to discuss?
Not particularly. I'm just thinking about certain theories that we have, but all of it again feels like there's so much out there we don't really know. But there might be a connection with the Lumbrites potentially, only because I think they were the ones
Well-
that created the crystal.
You've done some research. You are actually correct in that the alumbrite is, or that crystal, the piece that resides in each Argon folk, is kind of connected to what we now know as Alumbrite, the civilization of the Alumbrites. The gems are said to have the ability to house a soul. And that's often what larger versions of these gems were meant to do, is allow souls to gather, blend, and then redisperse.
guess my only thinking is it possible Kardrak would have been able to, maybe like an alumbrate reached out to him? Is he acting like via a will that isn't just his own?
Maybe.
The void.
It might need more investigating, but he could be working with something else. He could be all on his own. He is mad.
No one else saw that? All that time, you just were dealing with that by yourself?
So what?
The fact that he was mad. You noticed this in Starshire, so why didn't...
The society
But
was
anyone
very
else?
complacent.
Hmm.
Until good people did things. We got to right some wrongs, thankfully. And I'd hoped that a lot of those bad memories had been buried. But I suppose oil will always bubble to the surface at some point. This is all very troubling. It feels like there are two fronts. There's this Kardrak issue, and then there's the Druid issue, which, despite my own personal grievances, I think the Druid issue is probably the more important of the two. I might need to speak with the learned and notify them, but I don't even know if I have enough weight to alter any perspective on the potential hero of Kardrak Mithrocote, who should be dead anyway.
Well, if you have trouble going after him, you could at least go after those who work with him. There's a group of monks who've been working closely with him called the Shenkarai.
Of course. I mean, the Shenkarai is a
them.
spy network
Hmm.
from the Onasha dynasty in the West Sikrimund. I mean, it makes sense. He's collecting allies where he can find them in enemy empires and assassins from legend, and because if he's trying to use the people of Balesville, that's not a strong enough force.
No.
But if you keep an eye out for the Shenkarai, they are surely up to no good.
What
So if you
Balesville
have
is good-
means of, I don't know, enforcing the peace of this land, it's a good way to start.
Rooting out Shenkarai hideouts. It's a good idea, but unfortunately, I'm not the one in charge of the Ascendancy.
Well, Kardrak is slowly nibbling his way towards the heart of the Ascendancy. And if he has Balesville, then he has one of your largest trading hubs.
Hostage.
Yep. Or working for him.
Again, I don't have the sway to move this empire in the direction that I see fit. That would be a magocracy. That's not what we built.
We've got to get in touch with the Learneds, don't we?
You're gonna have to get in touch with the Learneds.
Well, I heard that the one guy I'm trying to speak to, Hillip Road, does nothing with his time since leaving his position in Balesville, which is great.
We might have a connection to the daughter of one, so it's possible.
You've
Reach
met
out to her.
Naivara?
She gets in a lot of trouble around here.
I like her a lot. She was, I've known her since she was very young.
Yeah, it's not much, but it could be helpful.
I wish you luck in that regard. Hopefully you can sway them, and I have faith in the ascendancy.
And at the very least, I was worried about this issue when we were leaving Balam Bridge, because it seemed likely that if we went to anyone and said that Kardrak is doing this stuff, they wouldn't believe us. It was surprising that you even did, so I did make a point of telling Reeve Grand, right? What's her name? Yeah. Just so that, I don't know if she totally believed me, but at least that if he makes his presence known to more people, that people like have heard it from us first.
Well, how long ago did you encounter him?
Great question.
A few 10 days.
During Heroes Fest?
Yeah.
Just
yep,
before
yep.
it?
So in Valenbridge, it was during Heroes Fest, so about 10 days ago. When we first saw him in Balesville, it was the very beginning of Elderfire. So yeah, about a month.
He might be doing something again soon then. If he knows that you're out there, you know he's involved with this, and you're getting in touch with people and letting him know that he is in fact around, he's losing the element of surprise. He might have to act quickly.
There is that, but there is also the fact that a lot of people who hear us don't really believe us.
I mean, he does have that advantage, unfortunately. He'll have to act quickly, but not that quickly. I'm sure that something is percolating with him. I'm at a loss.
Not lose hope. I'm sure there is much you can do. You can warn people. You can keep people safe.
Your word still holds weight with a lot of people.
Sometimes I wonder if despite being one of the most magic-inclined individuals possibly on the continent, you ever just feel like you're not quite enough?
Always.
Yeah, like once or twice.
I'm glad to know I can still connect with people, despite being a mage in a tower.
Take a walk sometime.
Yeah, I should. Speaking of walking, due to the nature of a lot of what is happening here, she grabs a piece of parchment and scrawls onto it this rune, almost pentagram-like thing. I don't know if any of you are capable of the magics to allow this kind of transportation, but this is a teleportation circle, and if any of you have the capability, this can get you back to the Arkanette University here.
Thank you.
In the event that you might need to, for some reason, return, I'll notify the administration that didacts that you will have access to this portal.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Again, I can't, and you'll need the skill to be able to use it, but it is open to you.
Not to push our luck, but is there any chance you have something similar that could send us closer to the Rinzar Peaks? If time is of the essence, we're just worried about the travel to get back there.
We could put some funding towards paying for an airship flight.
Yeah.
That would
That'd be cool.
definitely help.
And let us keep all our resources too.
Sure.
And we fit a horse and a cart on there.
Actually, yes.
That's good. Because
That is
Gideon
good.
has a lovely horse. Well, we've actually amassed quite a few.
We have a convoy of sorts.
Yeah, that could very well be doable. Of course, we won't. I don't imagine an airship would be able to fly into the Rinzar Peaks, due to the constant blizzard. But we
I
could get
wouldn't
close
try.
by.
No.
Yeah, getting close would be super, super helpful.
And it likely would just be along the regular flight trajectory. Unfortunately, the airships don't really, aren't available for escorting nobles off to wherever the heck they want.
Of course.
Probably end up in New Fugalby or down in Starcross, but that's not really close.
Do you know somebody who would be willing to take care of a horse?
You willing to take care of a horse?
Yes.
I mean, we could source something. What did you have in mind?
Somebody trustworthy. Because if we're going into Darokarth, Hildy is not going to last a week in that weather.
There are plenty of
Well,
people who would be happy to take care of your horse. We can ensure that we'll find somebody really good.
Thank you. Yeah. I'll pay them well. So I just need it done.
Well, just let me know what you need. We'll get this sorted out. Is there anything else? I might be getting close to about as much as I could take today.
I understand. Nothing more from me.
Ib, anything to add?
Kind of side eye now.
We've
Don't be afraid
We've
to
really-
speak.
okay. Well, we've dumped a lot on your lap, and I'm really sorry about that. And I hate to add more to it. I just haven't had a chance to talk to someone that might have like a really deep understanding of certain types of magic that I have questions about.
And she walks up to you and just puts her hand on your knee. Well, this sounds like it's hardly going to be a thing. Please, what do you need?
Well, so I've read a little bit about what I could find on time magic.
Can I have you roll a d100, please?
Fuck you. Friggin' dice trays on the floor still. If I cast a fireball, I'm gonna be so upset. 48.
You are suddenly filled with vitality as, unfortunately, all of the lost HP you had is regained. But you are almost glowing now. Like, you feel very much alive.
Woo! Does she notice this? Is it visible, or is it just like I feel very energetic?
It's just, it's more of a sensation and like your physicality kind of thing. Though, you do notice she does kind of like take her hand off your knee as that surge of magic courses through you. Please, go
out of
on.
Curiosity, how big in miles is Brolbar? Oh, she's in a dummy plane anyways. Just want to make sure she didn't get glitter bombed yesterday.
Yeah.
Anyway. Right. So I've read what I could find both here and in Valenbridge about time magic. And from what I can tell, it seems that the person who cast it can very easily will it away. And that the effects are pretty temporary because it's hard to maintain. Is that correct?
Typically that is the case, yes.
Right. So I am not a wizard. I am, like I said, a paladin, but I think I'm something else too. If you've heard of people who maybe have magic from the Wilder.
Yes, I'm familiar with the concept. Did such activity just happen?
2 months ago or so. Yeah.
I mean, right now.
Yes. You might have noticed. Yeah. I can't control it when it happens, and I can't control what it does.
Well, whatever you just did, you seem to have it under wraps well.
Well, that one was a good one. It was less good when the night Azaria died. We returned to the inn, bloodied after our interaction with Kardrak and his minions, and my magic erupted in a fireball that nearly took both of us out. So...
And me too.
And it was less good when at my graduation ceremony of sorts with my fellow paladins in Varmhall, it erupted for the first time, and I cast some sort of time magic on my family. And the effect is still up. And apparently they're not completely frozen. They have been moving just extremely slowly, about 6 feet in 2 months.
Okay. Interesting. And this was not something that you willed?
Not at all. My family has a familial connection with our god. She's also considered like a great grandmother to us, and everyone else who went on this journey has heard her and channeled magic through her, and I never did. So I went to that ceremony under false pretenses. So
well, it sounds like your source is different from others in your line.
I have some of it now. I've heard her since, but there's another presence there too, if that makes sense. The Wilder connection. And I don't know if he's responsible for it or if I'm just kind of the conduit for it coming out.
Well, it's... Magic of the Wilder is not like the magic gifted by gods. It's more like... Follow me on this. The divine magic is more like a water fountain, where the water is manipulated and controlled in a way that it cascades down, and there's a control there. It comes from a source, and it's very easily traceable. The Wilder magic is more like waves of an ocean. It's hard to predict what the pattern's going to be, whether one's going to be large, whether it's going to be small. But it's also water. And even with the waves of the ocean, you can set up a dam, you can kind of create a sandbar to break those waves. You just need to learn how to break the waves. And based on what I just witnessed and what you've just told me about your first experience with this slowing down your family in time, to what I just witnessed now, in that you kind of had this magic a bit more controlled. What you have done back in your village is you've created a wave. And though it might not make sense to you, you need to create a sandbar. But only you can do that. This is your ocean. Have you gone back since?
I wanted to have an answer for them. I left my village leaderless, and I ran away. And I wanted to be sure I could fix it. And I didn't know then where it came from. I thought I just did something somehow.
Though some entity might have kind of sparked that magic within you, they're not the source. Your ancestry is the source of that. And it sounds like you have a bit of a duality conflict, so to say. But Nell, you said you were an assistant, right? To Didactizaria here?
Yeah.
It is admirable that you are constantly seeking to learn new things and to gain knowledge. But another part of education and of research, sometimes there's the experimentation. You can theorize all you want, but until you are able to implement that knowledge, you won't know whether something is right or wrong. There is only the potential for it to be right or wrong. I know it's scary, but it sounds like you might need to confront this. Are you capable of casting a dispelling magic of sorts?
Not yet.
So, and she goes back around her table and like opens a drawer and starts rummaging through some papers. And so there, in various points in time, there have been magical effects that have, like, wizards love to sequester themselves in towers. Even I'm not immune to that stereotype. But when wizards do that, usually they are in there experimenting all the time. They have collected all of their research, and now it is time to just do weird things with magic. And sometimes some stronger effects are locked and keyed to that particular spellcaster. And regardless of, and she pulls out a scroll, and regardless of whether you think you intentionally or did not cause your effect, you might have created some sort of lock and key effect. And she hands you the scroll, and you might just have to try and unlock it. That might be all it is, but you'll never know unless you try. Because if you don't try and it was just that, wouldn't you be doing a disservice?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
You are
I wish
brave.
that you were.
I can see that on your face. And you need to charge into the battle that is you.
Ooh,
I've
it's
gifted
really-
you this sword. Now go fight. That is a
Thank you.
scroll of dispel magic, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, I used to have one. It was for chill touch, but I think maybe this will be more helpful. I just kind of like attach it to my belt, like opposite where my sword goes. So I have one thing on each hip.
And she like gestures you down to her height, which you are the tallest person in this room. She is the extreme shortest. And you kneel down?
Yeah.
And when you do, she wraps her arms as best as she can around your neck. I wish you the best of luck. And I hope this works for you.
Thank you. I guess I'll let you know if it doesn't. We can experiment some more.
That is the correct mindset. And thank you for a change of pace. I needed that, and I hope this was good. Well, if you need anything more from me, you know where to find me. We can arrange whatever it is you might need for what is ahead of you. Anything else?
I do perhaps have a brief question.
Yes.
I've recently been having visions, you could say, of who I was before I became an Argon folk. Nothing is ever concrete, of course, but I was some sort of knightly type. I mean, armored knight, not person of the evening. And a common through line of these visions was that who I used to be was very brave. And indeed, when you first met me, not too long ago, I am struggling with this, you also said that I seemed very brave. I guess I'm just asking, is there anything about me that seems familiar to you? Or anyone you have known?
I've known great heroes in my time, and it is not surprising to me that you're beginning to recall memories of your previous life. A lot of the Starborn have stories of such, and kind of finding who they were and reclaiming a bit of that life. I think if you find out what your name was, if that somehow reaches you, that might spark a great deal of memory for you. As far as I am aware, you remind me of people, but I don't think you could be. Maybe. I don't think you are somebody I've known. Gideon and Drac, go ahead and make an insight. And Abe, you might as well too, since you're the one involved.
Natural 20.
Oh.
Adam's like,
22.
yeah!
Way to steal his thunder.
Wait a minute.
I did
Adam,
get higher.
You did get
22,
higher.
But
I'm going to use inspiration. Wow. Not that high. Less. By like 3.
Okay. So, the whole lot of you, I mean, she's being oddly dancy about this question. Like, she must know something. I get Abe and Gideon and Abe, you both kind of met the same DC, so I'll give you both this bit of information. It seems like what she is suggesting is that you very specifically remind her of someone. But it's almost like she's trying to phrase it in a way that it's like she shouldn't know who you are. Interpret that as you will.
I don't mean to pry, Charity, but frankly, this has been my identity has been a very trying thing for me in my short time being alive again. If you have anything that could help me, even a book to read.
Make a persuasion check.
Inspiration.
16.
I don't fully understand how or why Starborn get memories when they do. I've no pattern to follow. It seems to always just find its way at its right time. I understand your eagerness. It's not the first time I've heard of this sort of thing. Or maybe it's unfair. Here. And she goes back to her desk. Pulls out a book. Looks like a journal. Gifts it to you. I only have one request about this. This is for your eyes only.
Understood.
I will know if that promise is broken.
My word is my bond, Charity. You have it.
Thank you. It is nice to see you. Anything more?
I have a philosophical question for you.
yes, of course.
Not something where we need hard answers and stuff, but as you had mentioned, these creatures of the void just kind of causing, problems for the world around them. What if like a humanoid was born as one of those creatures? Or like, what if you were? What would be the course of action? You've lived your life exactly as you have.
That is fascinating. So, hold on. So, if I was made of what we theorize to be a destructive energy, an annihilating energy...
But you've lived your life exactly as you have.
I might need to ponder on that. That's, it sounds like it kind of carries up beyond, morality at that point. If, in that hypothetical situation, it means that, in this particular example, the void doesn't really tie to, good or bad. Not that creation or annihilation should be good or bad, just one just happens to be because we have a certain perspective. We are adverse to, annihilation, because survival at the core of our being is important.
Mm-hmm.
Is annihilation bad? No. Is it desirable? Also no. What does it mean to be made of annihilation?
You're hurting my head a little bit.
It's hurting my head too.
Same.
Perhaps we've pondered enough for today. I feel as though we've taken up much of your, I'm sure, very busy time.
It's okay. Time moves a bit slower in this room, and she looks toward Nell.
Nell was literally this entire time on the brink of tears, and just like, hold it together, hold it together. Be cool. It's normal.
Well, thank you all for your time. It was a pleasure meeting all of you. I'm so sorry. No, Gideon. I suppose it is nice to meet you again in that case, Gideon.
Yeah.
May good things come our way. I will contact you with next steps.
Okay. And don't hesitate to reach out just for fun, either. Okay?
Don't lock yourself away in the tower. It can't be a stereotype.
That's right.
Oh, where else would I go?
It's
Very
always
well.
good to see you, friend.
Safe travels, and I guess we have to discuss your pay raise.
After we've, stopped the calamity.
Very well. Not much of a businesswoman, so I'll...
Feel like I could use a nice office job after this is all done.
Yeah.
very well could have it. All right. Well, have a good night, all of you, and take care. Thank
too.
you. Thank you for sharing what you did today.
Thank you for all of your help. It's greatly appreciated.
Don't come to rely too heavily on me.
I wouldn't dream of it. We're gonna beat this calamity, so don't stress too much.
Actually, another thing before you leave. If you happen to find a source of elemental water gems, well, I'm sure you've noticed that there's a trainway being constructed, and they are kind of a key component to its construction, so if you happen to find a source, the Ascendancy would pay you very well, and it might help bring the Ascendancy a bit closer together. Brulbar is very separate from the center of the Ascendancy. It might heal some wounds if they were a bit closer. And I would hate
Be
to
sure
lose
to let you know.
Starcross. Thank you. All right, take care.
Actually, can you promise only to keep this to yourself?
You have my word, Sephironis.
There's in the Smoky Gulf, the Druid Enclave there did have ties to the plane of water and did have crystals similar to the one in Gideon doesn't have his glove, but these cold blue, they seem like crystals similar to the ones that we've seen by the tracks. There is an Archdruid there. I can't say that the Ascendancy can have these or anything, but I know that the Druids need resources. A friend of ours, Cap Calhoun, is in that town and has established some trading relationships with the Druids. He might be able to help you reach them to negotiate however many crystals they can spare. But I just don't want someone else talking to them. I don't want other people to know until they've agreed to terms.
They also
work for
need the
them.
resources to rebuild.
As I want to respect your wishes, how would you like that situation to proceed?
I think as long as you could meet with them first, or someone that you truly, truly trust. I just don't want it to be a situation where you go to, like, the learned circle and, you know, greed and stuff takes over and the ascendancy is bigger than one Druid Enclave.
I perfectly understand that. Well, you told me to get out of the tower, so perhaps I could stretch my legs.
You should ask, if you do see Kat, tell him Rhea told him to sing you a shanty. He has a great voice.
Very well. Once we get everything in line for whatever needs to happen next, just know that I'll be hitting the road.
Happy to hear it.
Well, if you keep your lines of communication open, I can always send you a message if need be.
Yep, I can. Go ahead and shoot me a sending, and we'll see what happens.
And
surprise,
if you
nothing out of the ordinary.
And if you do secure those crystals and stuff, then we can figure out what pay is.
Very good. You know, I respect your hesitancy with that. But this will be, I think, very important for a lot of people. I'll handle this the best I can. If it's not in either party's best wishes, I won't even consider passing this along.
Thank you.
In that case, be sure to keep an eye out for another source.
Of course.
All right. Back to work.
Take care.
Back to work.
And she goes back behind the desk. And as you guys pass through that water back into the waiting room, not even the grind of stone or the creak of wood, and you look back and the door is gone. Your magic items you have on your person are once again glowing. But once you pass back out that second door, back down the stairwell, the items cease glowing. You begin making your way down the stairs. It's cold. There is a bit of a heaviness from these conversations that just happened with perhaps one of the strongest spellcasters in the Ascendancy. And then you come to the bottom of the stairs and you find the two doors. Now that you're coming down the stairs and have a proper look at it, you notice that the one on the right says south, and the one on the left says north.
I guess
Take
we go
home?
south?
Yeah, let's go south.
Let's go south.
All right. You guys head down, open the right door, and continue down the stairwell that continues past that door. Getting back to the ground floor, the assistant there. Yeah, you're done in there. Very good. Let me get your goods here, and begins like putting the bag of holding, anything else that was put on the counter. Well, that didn't take very long at all.
How long have we been up there? It feels like an
probably about
eternity.
10 minutes.
Good thing about the time stuff.
Extra
Yeah.
dimensional spaces are weird.
I feel like
My
I
head
was in there
hurts.
for a few hours.
Now, can you check to make sure all our stuff is there?
Sure.
Not immediately offended, thanks.
So
I'm
I
a very
trust
skeptical
you.
person.
Don't mind him. He's drag.
He's a small town boy.
That's just crack.
Dragon.
Going through the
No,
bag
no.
of holding, all of your goods are there. Nothing has been taken.
He means well. He doesn't mean to be rude.
I can respect it. It's whatever. I'm getting paid. I don't need to steal anything from anybody's bag of holding. Plus, have you ever gotten on the bad side of a wizard? You don't. You don't.
Yeah, fireball to the face is never a good time.
And
Yeah,
they'll
it does
find
suck.
you to fireball you in the face.
Yeah. I don't recommend it. Sucks.
Thank you.
Have a good day. And you exit the tower, and you're back out in that quiet forest. The noise of the city still suppressed. But as you get closer to the administrative building, the murmurs, the birds in the sky, the thum of that teleportation tower occasionally goes off, and the noise returns once more. And it's the late evening. It's now about 6:10.
I approach Nell. I put my hand on your back, just like your shoulder. You okay?
Gave me a lot to think about. Truly some of the rawest shit I've ever heard in my life. Fucking battlefield of me? Are you kidding me?
It was very poetic.
I was very inspired.
It was, yeah, very inspiring.
How are you doing?
Well, I have some answers. More questions, though. What else is
Understandable.
new?
At least I don't really know if this is a comfort, but you're not alone in your not knowing. If anything, you might be the person who has one of the best grasps on it.
Which is terrifying, because I'm not the smartest person here, and I know that. Don't get me wrong, I'm not stupid, but, you know, I'm not.
Well, you're certainly the smartest person when it comes to Balesville in this group.
Oh, and that shocks me. Seems to be I'm one of the smartest person when it comes to Balesville, just in general.
Well,
Nobody else remembers anything. Even Charity doesn't remember anything. Doesn't even remember who her own didact was. That
so whatever it is that happened there, you're going up against something truly powerful, which probably isn't comforting, but at the very least, like, I don't know, it's not like all these individuals were against you, right? It's just they've all been affected by the same thing. So if you
Yeah.
can find the source of that, then we can fucking, I don't know,
do something,
destroy it, hopefully.
hopefully.
And she said
Oh, I'm
that.
concerned. Sorry, go ahead, Drake.
Well, she said that when she tried to have her memory fixed,
Almost
it
killed
caused her so much pain it almost killed her.
That's what I'm concerned about. Don't know how I feel about.
Kind of feels similar to Elowin's problem, if you ask me.
You know, Drake, I thought you were gonna say that, and I thought about it too. And why'd you gotta go and do that, man?
I'm sorry. It's a close connection.
I know. You're right.
But it's just a theory. I could be
Sting.
way off.
It's the best one I've got right now.
Theory or not, we will figure this out. Together.
Yeah.
I think right now I just really need to have dinner and then, I don't know, there's like a garden or something on the way back to our inn. It'd be really nice just to kind of go and be somewhere kind of quiet for a little bit, maybe.
Yeah.
I agree. We should swing by, grab Elowin, and just have a nice sit down in the park.
I'll
Pet
I'll
the
make us
portal
something.
guardians.
Hmm?
we could also pet the portal guardians.
Oh,
Oh, we are here. We should go give them a pat.
It would be faster to get back, so
It's true.
let's
Let's
do
do
it.
that.
Portal Guardians, and then I'll make us something, and then Park.
perhaps just this one's good. You could let someone else make the food, unless you find it like soothing.
It can be therapeutic, but you know what? I think you're right.
I've heard a lot of people say in the city, treat yourself.
Hmm.
And we did just get some money.
We did.
Treat yourself.
All right then. Maybe buy some fun little desserts or something.
God, please. I have a really squished croissant if anyone wants it on the way over, but
No thanks.
I'll eat it.
here you go. Just
I-
throw it at you.
It's funny, like, in my head, it's like the croissant is going to be the last one there. And it's so funny that you were like, it's a squished croissant. I'm like,
Everything else had like swirls and shit on it. It's
Yeah,
just a
everyone's
plain
gonna-
ass croissant. Bakery was like, yeah, whatever, take it.
Everyone's going to
take
want
it.
to eat the
Everyone's
sweet
dissing
stuff.
the good ass croissant.
But
croissants
also,
are good,
I
don't
lo-
get me wrong.
bu-
I love a
nice
croissant,
buttery
so-
croissant.
Yeah.
And now, when you do have a minute at some point, I'd love to continue that discussion we were having at the Druid Enclave. Whenever you have a minute.
Sure, I'll pencil you in. Amidst extension.
know. You got a real busy
crisis-y-
schedule.
yeah.
You mentioned that at the Enclave. You had a real busy schedule.
Yeah, I did say that. Pretty sure.
Well, and
Yeah.
any free time is research assisting.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, sorry,
True.
if you have the power to grant Nell some time to fit me in, perhaps, boss.
Nice little leave of absence for Gideon Gray.
Perhaps we
Perhaps.
should combine our brooding times together so that we can brood as one and discuss our many, many traumas, apparently.
But as we've learned, Abe gets 6 hours of brooding that the rest of us don't.
We're missing out. Really,
I
we
know.
should join him. What do you think, Abe?
Is there enough wall for all of us to brood at?
Death grip on the book that Charity gave him, and this has been happening a lot today. He sort of snaps out of whatever was in his mind. I mean, when I'm staring at a wall, I'm also sleeping.
Oh,
Oh. You made it
I-
seem like you were awake.
I do light brooding, but I can't do anything too strenuous.
Of
fair
course.
enough.
I dabble in brooding.
Mild
On occasion.
brooding only.
I just I put a hand on Abe's back and say, I think we're all kind of dealing with some heavy shit, but hopefully this is a good lead for you, whatever it is that she gave you. Some insight to yourself, hopefully.
It's who I was.
So, the lot of you make your way to the teleportation tower where a couple of animated armors in the shape of dog. Well, I do believe that these are the fine folks who've pet us before. These are the ones that set the good trend. Good day. We recall
Good
you.
day.
We know you have certification. You can go on through.
We specifically came to see you two and give you good boys some good pets.
This is delightful just for us. Can you believe that? I can't hardly believe it. You know what? If they hadn't said it, I would have never believed it.
We'll make sure to give your friends on the other side some pets too.
Oh, not too many, though. We don't want them to outnumber us. No, we shan't have that. Mm-mm.
Don't
One
worry,
less
we'll
pet
give them
then.
precisely 3 scritches each.
You can tell them they got more scritches, but make sure it's a lie.
Of course,
Oh,
of
I'm
course.
bad at that.
Gideon,
Gideon
you
gives
just
them-
don't talk.
The other statue's like, you can't just be encouraging people to do bad behavior. That's so bad. But, yes, do it.
Gideon gives them each a good old under ear scritch. You know what I mean? They're like, who's good boy?
Oh! I don't even have an ear. It's all metal. Ah! And yet,
And yet,
And yet,
verily, I tell you.
Oh,
good heavens!
oh, jeez, sir.
My. Oh.
I
Quickly
hope more
onto the
students
portal
have
now
been
before we
giving
get
you
fired.
stretches.
Yeah. Gideon just goes 1, 2, struts through the portal.
Well, 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 what do we have here? Looks like a bunch of pet scritch givers.
Yeah, and on the other side, same.
Yeah.
Yes. You know, we've been doing this job for years without payment, but it's finally coming in aces. How has nobody petted us before? Don't people love dogs? What is the deal with this? Am I dog?
You're a dog.
You are a dog.
Oh,
a very
thank
good
you
dog.
for I am valid. I am dog.
You are a
You
dog.
are a good dog.
Nope, keep it together. Keep it together.
This metal
I am a
dog
strong
cry.
dog.
Such a strong boy.
Stop! You're gonna make me cause new lay rivers of tears.
What? Excuse me?
Well, see, that's a bit of a deep jive joke because I'm made of magic, and lay rivers are the source of magic in the world. I might have
You're
gone
very
a little
clever.
too high class. Yes, a few more classes for them, and they'll catch on to the jokes.
Oh, this town is the best.
Oh, I love it here.
This place is great.
You guys are now in the Arkanette North District, where all the Malege HQ and all that is. And you hadn't really looked before, but you notice, like, off in a corner of this district, there is an identical tower to Charity's Archmage Tower in the Southern District. It seems the tower exists in two places at once. And carrying on to the inn, you guys are collecting Elwyn and then going to the park for dinner?
Yeah.
We're collecting Ellen, we're having dinner, and we're ending in the Nightwalk Gardens.
Right by the cemeteries.
Is that, I don't know, there's the other one, but like, that's the one I have my eye on. I just feel like
Yeah.
Hearthstone.
It's also closer
Park
to
is
us.
It's
so fun.
closer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Plus, we got some days in the city. We could check out stuff later.
Yeah, at this
And
point
the
we're
thing
gonna
is,
go
Danny,
see
we're going
everywhere.
for a night walk. Thus, it has to be at the Nightwalk Gardens. Otherwise, we're committing a faux pas.
So gauche to walk there not at night.
Yeah.
Yes, go.
It's like locked until 6 o'clock.
So, who's responsible for dinner if Gideon's not making it?
Some
Some
Find a
random
nice
ass.
little
somewhere
restaurant.
else. Yeah.
I see. Very well.
I will cook. Just kidding.
So, you guys find your way to. You pick up Elwyn, and I guess so. You're going to stop at a restaurant for the food, and then carry on to the park. Very well. You find a restaurant called Sous Sol, and pick up a rather like. It's like fancy restaurant, but it's like salads and like a bunch of greenery, but it's mostly greenery. You guys found a vegetarian restaurant.
I'm ecstatic. I'm like, finally, my place to shine.
It's just got like fancy like balsamic vinaigrettes on some of the salads, like roasted certain types of like turnips, sweet potatoes. It all smells quite good, like a good use of spices and whatnot, and like a hint of a sweetness to some of the baked vegetables.
I get a Buddha bowl.
Enlighten me.
It's just like a bowl that vegetarians like to make.
Oh, okay.
Full of
Yeah.
like
Yeah, it's just
Good.
full.
foods
Excuse-
for you.
It's full
Excuse
of
me
shit,
for
and
being
they
out of the loop.
they make it really.
It's a meadow bowl in this world.
Yeah.
Meadow bowl.
Yeah.
So you're likely looking at about a gold piece for the dinner. Whoever wants to pay that.
Each or all together?
All together.
Well, I
I
didn't.
got it.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. You have a job.
And
Pick my physician's volunteer.
making your way to the Nightwalk Gardens to eat your guys' dinner, like, you get there, and you've passed it before, but you haven't really, like, given it too much mind. But, it's kind of a creepy park. You know, it's overgrown. It's next to a cemetery. Like, it kind of gives off, like, a bit of we chose the wrong park vibes.
Well, I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't know, but isn't that just fucking par for the course?
No.
It looks
Our
like
group.
there's a little pond. Let's like go and eat by the pond.
No, this would be a perfect place to tell scary stories.
Is that what we need? Get in? Is our whole life not a scary story?
I don't know. It's nice to take our mind off of the real ones. And
Gideon has a point. Back home, when children are scared, we tell them something scarier than they're afraid of. And then the thing they're afraid of is suddenly not so scary.
This is true.
And the stories we tell them are usually not true. The Leafy
Usually,
Kiwi have so many stories.
They
Usually.
aren't then having nightmares about the news story.
Sometimes, but
Well, it could be any kind of story. It's just very
It all works out.
atmospheric. But if we were telling scary ones,
All
boy,
right.
this atmosphere would really help. But
All right, hit me with a scary story. Well, I'll exchange one.
you want me to come up with one right now? I'll do it.
No, I'm just. We're gonna hand wave it. We all tell a scary story, and it's spooky as fuck. Good job, Nora.
So you guys set up in the middle of this forest, eat your dinner. It's just so creepy. And
I would
We're all
definitely
eating-
use the gem of brightness.
okay, fair.
Oh, dude. Hey, give
Hold
that
it
here.
under their mouth.
That's what I was gonna do.
We're all just fucking eating Buddha bowls around like a spooky park.
All right, so. Oh yeah, spooky stories in the park. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
And you guys eat your vegetarian dish while sitting in this creepy overgrown park next to a cemetery, telling each other scary stories. And occasionally, you know, like in the middle of a story, like there's a bit of a jump as somewhere off in the trees just like, ah, and like crows just take off. And like the sun's beginning to set, so like the shadows amongst the trees are beginning to elongate and deepen. And how much vegetarian food can you handle, or it's just too scary?
Eating
Hold on.
vegetarian meals is very scary.
Give me a
The lifestyle decision, guys.
We're just the goth kids now.
Yeah.
It's too much fiber. Help.
Though, occasionally, like, you guys feel like you do hear someone walking through the woods. Like,
Crack is like keeping his usual eye out around us.
yeah, it's just creepy. Like, you can kind of wave it off as, like, you know, probably some kids out here pulling pranks. You know, this must be, like, a favorite hotspot for kids who like to pull pranks. I mean, right next to a cemetery. Like, how could they not, you know, ghost stories and whatnot?
I wonder if like necromancy students come here and raise the dead.
Maybe.
I think that would be kind of against the rules, no?
You ever hear
Probably,
the
but, like-
story of the boy who cried beast? Let me tell you this one. So, there's a lake northeast of here, I think. Something called the bog beast kind of resides in there. So, a group of people go on a camping trip out near that way. One night, a child goes missing. And they hear off in the woods somebody with a young voice crying out, "Help! There's a beast! Help! There's a beast!" And it kind of echoes throughout the woods. So the two sort of, I guess, chaperones of this trip go in search. And they eventually come to a lake, and they see a small image of a child standing in the water, just at the edge of the lake. And they go to approach this figure, and as they get into the water, whoosh, two large tendrils sneak out of the water and just rip the two chauffeurs into the lake. And they were never seen again. And back at the camp, that child who was thought to have gone missing never left camp. But the figure in the water was that child. So I don't know what you think about that, but I'm really bad at telling stories. But you know, at the end of the day, long story short, this piece is freaky. You know, I don't know, Monty was better at it.
Gideon, that was great. That was terrifying, and I don't want to be around this pond anymore.
Yeah, I don't want to go.
Child is fucking. There's something wrong with him, probably.
Well, no child was harmed in the making of that story. You know, just the
Okay.
chauffeurs.
That's good to know.
Yeah, I think the monster was using the child as like an illusion.
Or was
of
the
sorts.
child the monster?
Or maybe that too.
That's what I was thinking.
And then
Yeah.
as they're doing all of this, I slowly am like putting like all my belongings just to the side. I'm like sitting kind of close to the water, and then as they're like topping this debate, I like fall in and act like something has pulled me down. Hopefully scare one of them more.
Rack jumps in and starts to pull Azari out.
As you guys had been fooling around, one of you caught the end of some weird noise coming out of the woods. And then when the water kind of, like, there's a lull in the sound, then suddenly...
A wolf?
just some weird noise out in the woods.
Is that a wolf?
What's that?
You know
we
what?
should go and we
It's
should go
none of-
investigate.
It's actually none of our business.
No,
is
we
the
should
thing.
check this out.
No, that's how you deal with ghosts. It's none of our business, and then they don't fuck with you.
Look,
So I think I'm
wanna be
actually ready to go home.
I don't want to be the topic of a scary story. Let's go home.
I'm no freaking tentacle monster child, so we could just go. It's probably fine.
What if this is something that Drac could make more armor out of?
That does sound tempting.
Oh, no.
But also, doesn't one of you have the ability to see really far right now?
Not me, I think. No. I
Somebody
see
got
dark.
the rune
Isn't
that lets you do
Nell's
that.
dark vision now 120 feet?
I didn't take that one.
I think that was me.
Yeah, it's Gideon.
Oh, yeah, by the way, this is really neat. This is you all the time.
Gideon, can you see what's over there?
I look.
There are trees. Make a perception check.
Didn't even think. I've been so used to wearing my goggles, didn't even think about it, you know? 14.
You catch nothing out amongst the trees in the direction that you heard that strange call come from.
There's none. Well, I mean, it's clearly something, but there's none. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm with Nell. I think we should head back to the inn.
Yeah, let's get the hell out of here. Gideon starts packing up his stuff.
Denny.
What the hell is that?
Denny,
All
I'm,
right, we're going home.
Denny, I'm trying to go to bed in real life. Please.
You guys
Is this
begin
thing attacking us?
to pick up your stuff and make your way back to the inn. In desperation of not figuring out what's making these noises.
We have enough problems. We don't need to know. Someone else can deal with it.
But we could.
No. It's
Look,
not
this is-
up my business. I'm out
This
of
has
there.
been a lot of fun, but let's get the hell out of here.
You
As
guys
we're walking away, Drac will just send a thaumaturgy towards that area and just light tremors in where the sound came from, just to see if it's like some kids making some jokes.
Yeah. Actually, out in the woods, you hear, "Oh, what the heck was that? Let's get out of here!"
And I'll use thaumaturgy again and just let my voice boom and say, "And don't come back."
Oh, amazing. Whew. So, you guys make your way back to the inn after having this vegetarian dinner in a creepy park, assaulted by weird noises from children, and you begin to complete a long rest. And partway through the night, the rattling on your door, Drac. Help! Please!
I roll out of bed and grab my spear and hold the door slightly open and just peer out the corner.
Looking out the door, it's Bernarda, the dwarven member of the champions team.
Bernarda, what are you doing here?
I'm sorry. It's Rolo's in trouble.
Do I believe her?
Make an insight check.
That's a natural 1.
She is frantic. Despite the drunkenness of her, she's like got a semblance of self that's like, yeah, she is concerned.
That does get me to a 12, by the way, because I still have the expert. Oh, no, I don't have the expertise anymore. Sorry. Then no, it just gets me to a 9. But yes, she's frantic. I'll open up the door and... Okay, let me get my friends.
Yes, yeah. I'm just going to sit here for a second.
Okay, I will not turn my back to her and just start knocking on my friends' doors.
One by one, Drac knocks on each of your doors.
Boy.
Oh, what is it?
Rolo's in trouble. Bernarda's here. She rang on my door.
Shit.
Oh, no. Okay.
He's he's muddled up with some storm guard.
The gang?
Okay, you're familiar with the storm guard.
Okay, well, I'm putting on my armor and I have the regular stuff. Putting on my armor and everything. Okay, where do we need to go?
So, Rolo's had a bad past. He was a storm guard, but we got him out of that. They're trying to get him back in. I know we used to hang out at one of the warehouses near the... Oh, God, why am I like this? Near the landing district. We might need to sneak in and try and get him out of there. Otherwise, we're going to have to fight everybody.
Okay. Can I roll
I'm
an
pretty
insight?
sneaky.
Just to be like, she came to us and not law enforcement, so...
Yeah, go for
Can
it.
I just be like... 16!
It's a pretty generic story. It smells fishy.
I immediately walk to Drac and sort of whisper in your ear. Actually, let me check if I have a spell that might do this. Nope, I don't. Alright, yeah. I walk up to you and I kind of lean over you like, I think she's bullshitting.
Drac, your sense gave you that she's telling the truth.
She seems so frantic, though. Like, she
Drunk.
came to us clearly because she trusts us.
But
Probably
where
frantic,
is
but she's gonna
Vermin?
I don't know if I know.
Why wouldn't you go to him?
Because you guys were closer.
That does not sound right to me.
If you're not going to help him, then I'm going myself. 'Cause I am not losing him again. And Bernarda walks out of the inn.
I follow. No, we'll help. I'll help at least.
Shit, Zara, you're not going by yourself.
Yeah, I'm going
Follow.
to.
Yeah, I'll follow.
I turn to, like, because Gideon probably is, like, the closest. I was like, maybe it is a trap and stuff, but I think the part about Rollo isn't, like, wrong. I think he's in trouble regardless.
Denny, as we run outside, I'm going to cast Locate Object on Rollo's tunic that he was wearing after the fight. The one he was wearing in the green room.
You do detect such a tunic in the direction of the landing district. And for the sake of amongst the rattling of doors, Elwyn has also gotten up and gotten herself ready.
Drac will relay that to the party.
Gideon is loading all of his guns as we walk.
Like in a similar whisper that I did to Gideon, I'll just like kind of relay the same thing to everyone. Then like, this could be a trap, but I do think Rollo is in trouble.
And you guys are a little bit behind, but eventually you catch up to Bernarda, who is like poorly like stealthing next to buildings, just like against walls, kind of like Crunk sneaking out of the city in The Emperor's New Groove.
Like I'll just like put a hand on her and stop her. What building is it?
I appreciate you. We gotta go warehouse, north side, across the river.
Can we all just take a moment before we head in? Just give us like a couple minutes to prepare.
Do what you gotta do. I'm going on ahead. I'm not waiting for him.
Well, you said you wanted to stealth in and not fight anyone, right? And in this
That's
state,
the goal.
In this state, you're not going to stealth. You're not very stealthy right now. We're going to stealth in and save Rollo. If you alert them and he's in trouble, what's to stop them from just killing him?
That's right.
Make a persuasion check.
I'm not good at this. 14?
Alright, fair enough. I probably wouldn't even be able to beat you there anyway.
Yeah, it's true.
Alright. I'm sitting.
And I'll take a couple minutes, just like my time having snuck around on the battlefield, in the army and stuff, just like relaying everything I know. No, I can't do it, because I did it today for the insight. Never mind.
And with that revelation, that's where we're going to call tonight's session, with Rollo in danger and the party out on a night mission.
With none of our fun stuff.
So long.
Don't hurt my boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was a heavy episode, but oh boy, so much and so much to look forward to when we come back.
I do have a question. This is because would we have had a short rest at least?
At the very least.
I can educate someone, and everyone now has proficiency or expertise in stealth when we come back.
Hopefully you remember, because I won't.
I'm looking at all my files.
Someone be like, Logan, rewatch this episode.
I'm clipping it
before
right
next
fucking
time."
now.
Clipping it.
That's how we do.
Oh boy. Well, thank you everybody for tuning in to our last episode before we go on a bit of a break here. yeah, I mean, very exciting things coming up. You know, get projects on the go, people going on vacation. It's lovely. You've all done a fantastic job. I'm so happy to be doing this D&D experience with you guys. Thank you so much for all this wonderful storytelling.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh my god.
And for anybody who's still in the chat here, be sure to follow all these people on social media. You can follow them on the various things. Anthony's got a Fiverr. He likes to DM. Christy has Instagram. Logan and Ryan, when the hell are you guys streaming again? And Adam, we love that you're here.
He's the best. That's all you got to know about him. He's the best.
And again, I just want to remind folks that on June 28th, I'm hoping to do a Jackbox stream. So please come out. It would be fun to interact with some folks. Join our Discord. We love to talk about D&D and what the heck not. And also, I'm very excited for everybody to get their commissioned items.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we won't keep everyone waiting too much longer. Christy is ready for bed, so let's get out of here. We'll see y'all in a month.
Bye.
Bye.
Until next time, may you always play nicely. Bye-bye.